Good news, Mr. Zorm. That makes two of us. Hello. I hope you're well. Oopsies. Okay. Wow. Enjoy your sleep, Redbeard. Hey, Mr. Zorm, fastidious Redbeard. Twink. Crimson. Thomas. Yosh. Oh my gosh. How's everyone doing today? Oh, of course. Hold on. I need to respond to this text. Okay. I think... I'm sorry. I gotta text my mom. I did not see it. I need to respond. Okay, we're good. All right. Today we remember 11 probably. I don't really have anything else to go through. I would like to get the goal is to just get moving with it today. I don't want to have to execute Yosh live on stream if it ends up being 1 minute longer than his allotted time. So we'll get going. I think that'd be really sad. Oh boy, what else do I have open? Oh, I've GIMP still open. Hold on. I've been doing I've been retroactively adding. This has been taking so much time. Adding thumbnails for every single one of my VODs. For reference, I have 190 different series, and I'm just doing the exact same thing over and over with a different wallpaper art. Hey, Sundown, I hope you're well. Nope. No ma. All right, where I need to move stuff. I have everything set up for painting because I've been painting all day. I'll pay more fish to save sexy brain from execution if you keep following rule tangent. I'm joking. Don't you worry. I wouldn't laugh if I was actually upset, nor would I call it out on stream. I'd DM him directly if I was pissed off. There's no reason to air it out. Okay, good. I just want to make sure people don't actually think I'm upset. I would take care of it off stream. I'm not gonna air out problems on. That'd be weird. I don't know. That feels like immature. I just like the tangents. Oh, I mean, the tangents are expected. The tangents are... There's some credit for the tangents given. I figured the live execution would clue us in. Okay, good. We're good then. See, it's that easy. Do not the Yosh. I strip off my clothes and leap into the bathroom. I wash my entire body in the warm shower. Where are we? Oh, we just starting this scene. He thought he was gonna get Zug-swonged. Like, can feel my frozen body thawing slowly and gently. This needs to be slightly quieter. And I need to turn it way down on my headphones. Oop, nope, I need that up. Why can't we see him during this scene? Okay, I need to stop checking that. I'll be here for real in a bit, see you in a bit. Within the pleasant warmth, my irritation gradually fades away. I think things over while the powerful flow of water hits me. It seems that someone pushed me off the top of the clock tower. I witnessed it myself, I'm sure. However, I can't seem to remember who it was, no matter how hard I try. The reason why I went up the clock tower is still a mystery, too. There are plenty of things I don't know. Moreover, the things I've considered until now are limited to problems related to myself and Sia. I'm so clueless when it comes to the shelter cabin and the exchange phenomenon. When I'm so busy with just one thing, it's easy to forget about the rest. But I don't suppose there's anything I can do about it. There's no other way but to painstakingly investigate things one by one. However, I vaguely have a feeling. All of these extremely unnatural phenomenon, occurring one after the other. It's natural to believe that they all have a single point of origin. Well, anyway, this makes the possibility that someone is out to kill me even more likely. They need to get the shower heads like flow checked. Do you hear this? It's like running like for like 8 seconds and then the water stops. This is bothering me. This is the worst shower. They need to put it in a little. This needs to go in like one of those like baking soda, vinegar, or whatever the fuck you do baths. This is crazy. Anyway. Okay, I'm not gonna have to listen to this. I can't say that for sure, but that's what I think. The clock tower and the bathtub. It's difficult to imagine that both of them were mere accidents. If they were accidents, then just who was that shadow I saw in the flash of lightning? What's the significance of the closing door I heard last night? Someone is targeting me. I could end up dead dead a minute from now, for all I know. Also, he is a full bath drawn. While he's showering. Has it been embezzling the shower funds? How could they? I turn off the shower and step out of the bathroom. I wipe myself off with a towel and put on my clothes. Is that like oh, I guess I'm thinking of like standing up in the bath. Is that you shower first and then bath? See, I buy that, but that looked like a very Western style bath. So I would assume that and it had a shower like thing up top over the bathtub, and I thought that they were like separate things in Japanese style, like bathrooms. Like you'd have like an area for the showering, and then you'd have like the bathtub, and that was like a separate drawn. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, Sexy Lauren 2030X. Explain this, please. Even the shower into a bath. What's that? No, hold on. Shower into bath is not what I'm questioning. Okay, that's not the cause for concern. I've showered in the bath. Okay, that's perfectly natural. Showering while in, so if you have one of the mixed units, right, where you have a bathtub and then the shower into the bathtub, right, like you have a shower that goes in, you can do either or, right? Do you fill the bath before you start showering? No, 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 that bathtub was full while he was showering. I'm not crazy. Even if that piece of hair won't go away. Who does the plumbing for this place? I wipe myself off with a towel and put on my clothes. Despite being in a situation where I might be killed, my mind is relatively calm. After all, myself excluded, there are only 2 women and 1 child here at Sphia at the moment. If one of them is the culprit, there's no real reason to be frightened. Objectively speaking, the difference in physical strength between us is obvious. They could hardly be thinking of dealing with me directly. If they want to strike, it would have to be at a time when my guard was down. For example, when I was asleep, or after I had taken some strange medicine. No, wait a second. That might necessarily be the case. I've assumed that there are only 4 people in Sphere right now, but there's always a chance the 5th person is hiding somewhere. I have the layout of Sphere memorized. I don't think there are any places where someone could hide like that. However, my memory is far from perfect. I can't say that there isn't something I've forgotten. The 5th Sphere resident. You want to flood the bathroom? Yeah. I decided to search Sphere later on. Before that, there's something I have to do. I have to leave a message for Fuyukawa Kokoro. I don't know when the next transfer will occur. I have to tell her everything important while I still can. I pick up the felt tip pen I noticed before and walk over to the desk. I'm not really sure if I should start... Oh, this whole note again. Okay. If I should say nice to meet you or thanks for visiting again. I doubt I've ever known anyone that I've had this much trouble coming up with a greeting for. I'm Yukido Satoru. I think you've already noticed it as well, but it looks like we're currently experiencing some kind of personality exchange. I don't know the exact reason for this. What I do know is that you're a woman named Fuyukawa Kokoro. The first thing I want to clear up is about your body. How do I say this? Well, I'll be careful not to touch or look at anything unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't know what your impression of me is from when you saw my face, but I'm a gentleman. So please don't worry about that. It's a bit sudden, but I have a few things I must discuss with you. The first thing I want to do is make sure what's happening is really a personality exchange. From what I can tell, it seems that during the time my consciousness leaves this body, your consciousness takes my place within it. Likewise, when your consciousness leaves your body, my consciousness takes possession of it. As if we're 2 drivers alternating between 2 different cars, but I don't have any conclusive evidence. Right now, all I have to go on are the words of the people around me. I heard that at Sphere, my body addressed itself as Fuyukawa Kokoro while I wasn't around. And then at the shelter cabin, Yomagi-san told me that the owner of the body was someone named Fuyukawa Kokoro. So if we were to believe what they said, then we would have no choice but to accept that your consciousness and mine are coming and going between each other's bodies. But, even though I know Fuyukawa Kokoro's face and voice, I haven't had a chance to communicate with your actual personality. We use cars as an analogy, that I am familiar with Fuyukawa Kokoro the car, but I have yet to meet you, the driver within. I won't beat around the bush. The point is, I have my doubts that this personality called Fuyukawa Kokoro really exists. So I'm hoping that you could leave some kind of evidence behind that proves you actually do exist. Since we can't talk to each other directly, can you at least write down some kind of reply in the paper to this note is written on? Anything will do. Just leave some evidence behind that the Fuyukawa Kokoro personality controlling my body exists. Also, if you can, I'd like for you to recall the time. The time I'm interested in is the time that you took over my body. From this, we can determine whether the transfer of consciousness happens at a fixed schedule or if it occurs randomly. I want to find some kind of pattern to it. Wouldn't that be convenient for both of us? We'll be able to realize when there's 1 more minute until the transfer and finish up whatever we need to do by then. If it happens random, well, we'll figure something out if and when that turns out to be the case. Even realizing that the transfers are happening at random is a step forward, right? Ah, right. That reminds me. I forgot to write down something very important. The truth is, maybe my body would be more accurate. The truth is, my body is... Womp womp. Virgin ceiling. When I open my eyes, I see the ceiling before me. The 3 semicircular canals deep inside my ears inform me that my body is lying on its back. What a way to describe that. Looking to my right, I see Lynn. She's sitting on a log chair, her back to me. I'm in the shelter cabin. A transfer must have occurred. Since this now happened the 5th time, 2.5 round trips to be exact. I'm not all that surprised. I get up and stand beside the bed. I complain as I scratch my head. Maybe she hears me because Lynn glances at me. Putting on a bored face, she turns away just as quickly. I think to confirm the time and dig a hand into my pocket. But what appears from within isn't the wristwatch. It's a small electronic device in the shape of a remote control. A small liquid crystal display shows the letters of the alphabet. Voice recorder. It appears to be an audio recording device. I almost pushed the playback button, but I stopped short. I should confirm the time first. The voice recorder is still in my hand. I take a look around the cabin. The walls, the shelves, the tables, the bed. The table, the bed. There's no sign of the watch anywhere. I look down at my left wrist. Nothing there. And just as I realize that there's nothing there, I feel a sense of oppression on my right wrist. I raise my right arm. A completely ordinary analog watch. It's a small wristwatch, but quite feminine. It gives the time 1:10 p.m. I opened my eyes in the cabin just 2 or 3 minutes ago, which means this transfer occurred at about 1:07 p.m. Well, there's a margin of error, but for now, an approximation is perfectly acceptable. It isn't as if I'm timing a race. For now, I engraved the time 1:07 into my memory. No, left or right doesn't matter in the slightest to me. Yeah. Anyway, the feeling of having something wrapped around my wrist is unbearably uncomfortable. How do I say this? I'm restless. It's annoying. It's kind of itchy. I probably don't notice the wristwatch until now because my mind was on other things, but now that I'm aware of it, it's hopeless. This kind of thing bothers me so much I can't stand it. I'd really like to remove these boobs if I could. There's no way I'm gonna have any more strange things be added to me. I'm just glossing over that. I take off the watch and fasten it to the ladder of the bunk bed. I focus on the room again. Come to think of it, where did Yomagi and Uni go? I can't see them anywhere. Ask Lynn. It's easier that way, Mr. Zoram.
食料を取りに行ったわ。
そっか。
それにしてもしつこいわね、あんた。
何が？
This goober.
その言葉遣いのことよ。いい加減諦めたらどうなの？
I see. Lynn still believes that I'm pretending to be Yukido Satoru even after a night's passed. I want to retort with, "You're much more stubborn, you know," but I bite back my words just in time.
飯か。もう昼時だもんな。
Changing the subject, I peer into the rectangular hole by the door. Just then,
ゆかさん？
a voice comes from behind me. What is up with me today? I save the game. I turn around.
ほら、やっぱりね。
Lynn smirks triumphantly. Feeling defeated, I still speak out.
なあ、リン。よく聞けよ。人の反応は時と場合によって変化する。その場にいる人間の数が自分一人だけなのか、もう一人いるのか、あるいは3人以上なのか。これら3通りの状況に合わせて人はそれぞれ振る舞い方を変えるんだ。心理学の常識だろ。お前だって聞いたことぐらいあるんじゃないか。だから俺は振り向いたんだ。今この部屋には俺とお前の2人だけしかいない。片方が声を上げればもう片方は声の聞こえてきた方を向く。
Oh,
当たり前だろ。
Oh, Yukido.
そうかしら。私は振り向かないけどね。
That's why I turned around.
それが自分の名前でない限り。
Lynn's overconfident attitude remains unshaken. I guess it'd be futile to say anything else. It's futile. I don't care. Do not use facts and logic. That's just how she is. Whether it's an argument or something else, she's the one who decides the outcome of almost any competition she's involved in. Even if a judge were to find the accused guilty, if she doesn't agree, they'd end up not guilty. In her mind, of course. She's always deemed other people's opinions trivial. She rarely even listens to them. Her absolute truth is always what she believes within herself. Even when we broke up, how did it go again? Can't remember anything after that. Just the vague sense that it was a one-sided parting wraps my mind like a blurred afterimage.
ねえ、ご飯まだなの？お腹ペコペコなんですけど。
Lynn calls down to the storeroom below.
今行くよ。ちょっと倉庫を片付けてたんだ。
たく、どんくさいわよね。倉庫の整理だったら後でできるじゃないの。
Lynn pops her crossed legs up on the log chair and taps the high heel of her shoe against it. Outside the window, the snowstorm continues. If the weather doesn't improve, the rescue team won't come. Yomagi said so last night. Even though it's still daytime, the sky remains the mournful gray of watered-down ink. It feels as though the snowstorm will continue like this forever. Not satisfied with merely claiming the heavens, the dark clouds have crept into the shelter cabin as well. So, as to shake them off, miserable. Great.
よし湧いたみたいだぞ
What a chapter name. Communication. I can't wait till they find out it's a beach because they're in the Nevada desert. We were counting a Twilight Zone. Oh my fucking god. Well, that came out of nowhere. Looks like I have a bunch of spare change in here. Wonder what I could buy with it. Perhaps some Dragon Age Inquisition or Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. What do I think? I'll tell you this, Billy. You gifted me Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, so I own it. And I own Dragon Age Inquisition. I bought it for 12 bucks, the Game of the Year edition. So it's totally up to you. Either one is just as easy. I'll have to edit the schedule after this. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting that at all. I look over. It's a 500,000 point redeem. Hell yeah. Oh, you saying I get to pick? No. I'm not. I'm okay with either one. You pick, Billy. You saved up 500k. I'm equally excited for both of them. I'd say Vampire the Masquerade easily with Swizzle's choice. Pretty lukewarm than the previous, but no offense to the fans. I like them. I liked them both. One of the better story to a way better gameplay overall. The spellcasters kind of got shafted. I'll give Billy some time to think about that. I don't know what I would pick. I'm actually like weighted just about evenly on those. Yomagi gives an call me so off guard. Same here, bitch. You want to spin a wheel? We can put 4 of each on there and then randomize it. You want to do it? You want to spin a wheel? I can do. It's totally up to you. It's your call. It's your 500,000 points. Fish. Nah. All right, you got to pick then. A coin flip? No. It would be a wheel. Very different than the coin flip. See, a wheel has as many choices as you want, as many times as you want. A coin flip is one or the other. Yomagi gives an energetic shout. He rubs his hands together in anticipation as he approaches the stove. Using the sleeve of his shirt in place of an oven mitt, he grasps the handle of the kettle. Apparently, we're going to make freeze-dried rice porridge after this. Uni, Lynn, and I hold out our mugs with the powdered porridge base inside, waiting for Yomagi to pour in the boiling water.
一番がいい人
I have it on good wisdom that sometimes the coin may never land at all. If you flip a coin and it doesn't land, whatever you're doing that's involving making the choice with the coin flip, I feel no longer matters. I don't know what it is. have high reactance. I'll wait.
はい
We can download a patch. I almost said. If it's like real fucked up, we can easily download a patch. Don't let a patch be the deciding factor against.
それじゃあ一番元気が良かったユニくんに決定。
Hello, I finished watching Remember11. Hello, Yosh. Welcome to Remember11. Billy just redeemed another game redeem. So he's making his decision on which game he's gonna pick.
Hi, やった。ちょっと待ちなさいよ。私が先に返事したじゃない。
Yeah, but we don't like you.
僕は早いもん勝ちなんて一言も言ってないが。
You think you should pick Remember11 again? That's an interesting idea. Widescreen support. Is it not in like, is it in like 4:3 as standard? I am not Ginger Wizard, so my opinion doesn't matter in this equation, but I love the energy of the past Dragon Age streams, so I'm down for more of that, but I'm excited for whatever you end up picking. GG again on edging out those last fish and blowing it alive. New rule, all further game redeems will automatically default to Remember11 denied. Yeah, I knew it was pretty old. I guess I didn't realize how old it was, huh? Yeah, because, I mean, how many studios has Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 gone through at this point? Aren't they on, like, the 4th studio that's, like, trying to, like, actually make it? Yeah, it's in development. That's what I thought, yeah.
これ山の常識。
嘘つかないでよ。
というと、
こういった非常時には体力のない子供や女性が優先されるのが常識でしょ。
Okay, well, we prioritize the child.
今なんて？
だから体力のない子供や女性が。あ、
まあそういうわけだ。眉泉さん。 子供が1番、女性は2番。な。
ずるいわよそんなの。日本国憲法第14条。すべて国民は法の下に平等であって。
Absolutely mogged by Yomugi. Watching Creaky play it. I pre-ordered in 2019 and they said it would come out in 2020. Oh. Oof. Ouch. That's tough. That's a lot of years ago now. It was very peak.
Hi, hi, Unicorn. お湯を注ぐよ。
I was about to say, yeah, wait a second, like every court case? haven't pre-ordered the game since. The last game I remember pre-ordering way like more than before. So I've pre-ordered games after the review embargo is lifted and I could watch gameplay of it for any sort of pre-order bonus. I've done that. The only game I've pre-ordered months in advance, the last one, I mean, the very last one I did. Haven't heard this name in a while. Anthem. Rest in peace. I put 300 hours into Anthem. Shadow of the Erd Tree. That's valid. That's a good one. That's a safe one. Didn't you pre-order Engage? Oh shit, you're right. Damn, 0 for 2. Well, automatically. I think I want you to finish out the Dragon Age series. To finally finish out Dragon series, since that's the last. No other entries since then. Is it that bad? No, I didn't think it was gonna be good, but I didn't think it'd be that bad. That's tough. All right, cool. Yeah, all right. Well, I'll change it now. Here we go. Great games list. Yeah, so when I watched the right, I'm one of the people that say negative things about the trailer. I thought that most of the trailers looked not great. I thought they looked like 5 out of 10, which is not good on my rating scale. But the combat, while incredibly basic, I think each character is like 6 total skills, looked like all right. And then I heard the voice acting and I was like, oh, it's done. Like it's over. They got all doom and gloom about BioWare over it. I mean, here's the thing you gotta remember about BioWare. The people that made the incredible BioWare games have been gone for years. They're not there anymore. Didn't they fire the entire Veilguard writing team? Like, not only just like the usual like let goes after a game release, but they just said, fuck it, we're starting over. Yeah, that's I mean, that's a sign. I will not be peer pressured by you all. I was the diehard Dragon Age fan. Mass Effect is a distant memory now. All right, yeah, let me swap this over real quick. We're gonna do Rune Factory 3 instead of RE Revelations, and we'll do Dragon Age Inquisition. There, and I gotta just fill out its information some other time. Billy Game Redeem! Exclamation. Cool. Yomogi speaks in a soft, coaxing voice, completely blocking out Lynn's continuing assertions. You know what the exciting part about Dragon Age Inquisition is? We're committing genocide in it. Oh man, we're killing every mage I encounter. I forgot about that. We are! Not one left alive. I stuck up for them for a whole fucking game, and then Anderson does that. Or whatever the hell his name is. I don't respect him enough to remember his name. I'm wiping him out. Reactance means that even if I was going to do something anyways, if you tell me to do it, I won't want to do it. I'm curious to your opinion on it. The only thing I know is that there is somewhere in the game, there is a system that has an IRL timer on it. And if that's the case, and it locks me out of stuff that I need, we may finagle with my computer's date and clock. But not until we're stuck. Oh, the Swizzle war crime enjoyers are eating good tonight. Oh, it's not a war crime. It won't be a war crime, Zoram. They'll cheer me on. The people of almost a Tamriel, but that's not right. What the fuck is the continent called? They're just regular crimes. Yomigi speaks in a soft, coaxing voice, completely blocking out Lynn's continuing assertions. Why did I think I was gonna say assertions? Thetis, yeah. Yes. I'm gonna have to go remind myself on my 2 playthrough. It stands for the Dragon Age setting. Oh, that's really fun. Funny. Now I'll never forget it. Thanks so much. Oh, yeah, there we go. Uni answers with sparkling eyes.
礼儀正しくて気分がいいな。さてと次は。
After he finishes pouring the heated water, Yomigi glances back and forth between me and Lynn.
雪道君だな。
え、俺？
なんでよ、なんでこの女が先なのよ。
女性だからだ。
私だって女性よ。
あれ？そうだったのか？
くっそー、この山オタク。
Stifling his laughter, Yomigi tilts the kettle towards my mug. Yes, I did know that. Yeah, please DM me that, and I'll get all that loaded before we start the first game. The porridge base begins to dissolve. The gruel-like substance, which resembles baby food and isn't quite liquid or solid, spreads to fill the mug. Not saying a word, I set it down in front of Lynn.
俺は最後でいいよ。
え？いいの？
ああ、俺は男だからな。
Yin and Yomigi look at each other. I forcefully push the mug toward Lynn and sit down on a log chair near the table. There's a mug of rice porridge in front of me. Although Yomigi tells me that I should try to make myself eat something, I really have no appetite. The other 3 silently spoon porridge into their mouths. Gripping the spoon in my right hand, I meaninglessly poke at the bottom of the mug over and over again. My body wants energy. It isn't my own body, but I at least know that much. Her body's nerves are directly connected to my consciousness. I can feel her pain, and I can feel her hunger as well. I gotta try and eat something, I think. Thinking of Fuyukawa Kokoro's well-being, I have no choice but to eat. I spit up some of the porridge in front of me and toss it into my mouth. I swallow with a loud gulp. It doesn't taste like anything. As expected, I don't have an appetite. A small sigh escapes me. What is Fuyukawa Kokoro doing right now? Now? Why is now blue? No. 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 This doesn't need to be this. This doesn't need to be 3 fucking pages. No, not now. It is 2011 here in the shelter cabin. In Svea, it is 2012. She exists a year in the future for me, so maybe now. She exists a year in the past. So maybe now is not an appropriate name for it, but there's no way that around that anymore. Oh, I guess now she's a year in the future. No matter how you look at it, the fact remains that it is still now to me and Fuyakawa Kokoro. Having deviated from the normal flow of history, we are living within our own designated time now. The flow of time that she and I experience and the flow of time in the rest of the world are different. For example... As soon as I saw the letters and the arrows, I'm like, it's like... Here we go. If, for example, the latter is represented as A, B, C, D, E, F, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, then the time flow that I'm experiencing becomes A, V, C, X, E, Z, and that which Fuyakawa Kokoro experiences becomes U, B, W, D, Y, F. Therefore, whenever I bring up time-related concepts such as now, just now, today, tomorrow, and so on, another first-person tip, by the way, these are supposed to be understood and hold meaning in accordance with my individual timeline of AVCXEZ. On a side note, ever since I've been experiencing this personality exchange phenomenon, the concepts of next year and last year no longer apply to me either. Now that I am in the Mount Akakura shelter, both 2011 and 2012 are, in a certain sense, this year to me. Give me the link to the keep. Make sure I got that. I got that. Beautiful. Oh, don't you worry. I have kept those installed. I'll make sure to do all that before we start. Do I feel enlightened? They call me the prophet. That's right. I was about to forget something important. Saying those words to the three of them, I stand up from the table. I head down to the underground storeroom. Searching through my pockets, I take out the voice recorder from before. I missed my chance to tell Kokoro something important before the last transfer. I sort out what I want to say inside my mind, then push the record button.
Kokoro, さっきのメッセージの続きだ。またいつ転移が起こるかわからないから、要件だけ話すぞ。いいか？落ち着いて聞いてくれ。実は、どうやら俺の体は何者かに命を狙われているらしい。いや、まだ断言はできないんだが、なんとなくそんな気がするんだ。事故にしては不自然なことが2度も続けて起こった。犯人が誰なのかはわからない。見当もつかない。そこにいる内海さん、ユニ、それから犬伏、いや、鈴影ほとりと言った方がいいかな。ともかく3人のうちの誰かが俺を殺そうと。
Having said that much, the next sentence catches in my throat. Would it be wise for me to continue recording? What will Fuyakawa Kokoro think after hearing this? I don't know her mental state. It's not possible for me to see her facial expressions either. She may be terrified, having been caught up in this exchange phenomenon. Recording this message could cause her even more anxiety. What should I do? After much hesitation, I decided to continue after all. Even if it does cause her anxiety, I think it's better than leaving her defenseless.
俺だってこんなことは考えたくないさ。杞憂であってくれればいいと思っている。だから用心するに越したことはない。そうだろう。その体は俺のものであると同時に、今はお前のものでもあるんだ。お前がその体に入ったまま、もしも命を失ってしまったとしたら、大体想像はつくよな。頼んだぞ、心。俺もこっちにいるときはできる限りのことをするから。それじゃあまたな。
Sound data saved. The characters data 2 saved appear on the LCD screen. I return the voice recorder to my pocket. Then I look around the storeroom. Digging to the bottom of a toolbox, I managed to find a worn-looking felt tip pen. I can't find anything like a notebook or a memo pad. I tear off a thin strip of cardboard box and run the pen across it. Listen to the voice recorder. This two-stage method is troublesome, but I can't think of any other options. If possible, I don't want the other three to know about this personality exchange phenomenon. No, I wouldn't mind if they knew, but they'd probably lose trust in me if I tried to explain it to them. I don't want to attempt the impossible. The contents of my message are meant for Kokoro alone. Holding up the scrap, I grip it in my hand as I climb back up.
ねえ、下で何やってたの？
Oh, you know, stuff. Uni suddenly asks me as soon as I step off the ladder.
ちょっとな。
Leaving it at that, I return to my seat.
変な悟。
Muttering that, Uni returns to his meal. I face Yomugi and hold out the folded scrap.
心が戻ってきたらこれを渡してくれ。
戻ってきた時
Yomugi tilts his head. I'm reluctant to say it, but I don't see any other way.
人格が心に変わった時これを
Perhaps he understands, since Yomugi quietly takes it from me.
忘れないでくれよ。
あ
He says it easily, slipping the scrap into his pocket. Yomugi doesn't appear to be harboring any remaining doubts that their personalities are exchanging places. Uni is the same. When I took my seat, Uni called me Satoru like it was the natural thing to do. Perhaps the matter's been settled for them. They've probably accepted me as another personality that sprouted from within Fuyakawa Kokoro. Lynn alone still suspects the DID theory, but since last night, and even just now, she stopped treating me with the open suspicion she displayed before. Has she given up? Maybe she's just decided that it's too much of a pain to continue with. In any case, nobody's dismissing my own explanation for my behavior anymore. Should I be happy about this or not? As I absentmindedly think about it, I pick up my spoon and just dip it into the porridge. Perfect sound effect, recreation. Whoops. Reflection eye. I can't wait till this game ends and it just doesn't explain anything. It just decides, no one really gets it. It just happens. And the reason Yoshi loves this game so much is because everyone goes in trying to explain it. And there just isn't one. Before I knew it, the spoon has vanished from my right hand. In its place, my left holds a felt tip pen.
戻った戻った。
Looking around, I quickly realize I'm in the room at Sphia. My room. I'm sitting on a chair facing the desk. A note has been left on the desk. Compared to the previous transfer, it takes me a little longer to take stock of the situation this time. I return my gaze to the felt tip pen in my left hand. Left hand? So Kokoro's left-handed then. Since the position of my body right now reflects Kokoro's posture precisely before the transfer, that would be the obvious explanation. In that case, I can more or less understand why she wears a wristwatch on the right wrist. I guess it would get in the way if you wore it on your dominant hand.
そうか。心は左利き。
Uttering that new piece of information to myself, I look back to the note. Transfer at 1:07 p.m. Isn't that all she writes? Below it is some kind of unidentifiable scrawl. Are they letters or a picture or some sort of code? I can't tell. I tilt the memo diagonally, then try holding it up to the light, but I can't decipher it.
なんだよこれ。まさかイラスト？
The black scroll! I like to believe that this is the image. If you were generous, it isn't possible to see it like that. But if it is the case, it would mean that Fuyakawa Kokoro's drawing skills are terrifyingly poor. Or possibly that she tried to reproduce an early 20th century abstract painting of some sort. Unintelligible, incomprehensible. If I were forced against my will to try to see some kind of meaning in it, like a Rorschach test.
空母が来るわ。空母
No!
が来るわ。
No! It's okay. It's fine. It'll appear here. It's a lot of color coming with a black pen, I agree. A type of projective personality test. The subject of the test is first asked to interpret a series of cards with ambiguous bilateral symmetrical ink block designs. The answers are then analyzed so as to try and determine the person's personality characteristics. And read by Rorschach, Erwin R., 1884-1922, a Swiss psychiatrist. heuristic. Someone's mom in the who's been yelling, the aircraft carrier is coming, the aircraft carrier is coming, in high spirits all morning. You're insane. Anyway, it's a strange picture that would be hard to describe any other way. Okay. As I stare at it intently, I can almost feel my brain cells dying. God damn. I feel like I'm in danger of getting pulled into the Twilight Zone. I rapidly cover part of the drawing with the palm of my hand and shake my head hard over and over. I exhale heavily, wiping away the sweat cascading from my forehead with my other hand and decide on a change of pace. Transfer 107. I concentrate on those words. 107. It's exactly the same time I woke up during the last transfer. Is it the wrong date though? So that said, we've only gathered data on the time once. With only that, you could just as easily call it a mere coincidence. I can't deny the possibility that the transfer occurred while Kokoro and I were asleep together. Sleep either, just in case I want to keep checking the timing of the transfers. I almost forgot. The time is... I take the wristwatch out of my pocket and peer at the display. 13:45. I think I spent around 4 or 5 minutes looking at that drawing-like thing. I assume that my perception of time is accurate and that there are no errors in my calculations. Then the last transfer was at 1:07 and this one at 1:40. So I was in the shelter cabin for 33 minutes in total. I decided to engrave this number deep into my memory as well. You know, 33 is a multiple of 11. I mutter as my eyes fall off on the note once again. The vertigo-induced drawing and the message saying transfer at 1:07. Well, since we are in a state of emergency, those kinds of formal gestures certainly are trivial, but even if it just were one word, I'd have appreciated if she had written some kind of reply. From this, I don't even know if she actually got the message I left last time or not. What kind of woman she is? What she's thinking now? How she feels? No, wait. There are only two things I asked her for. The first was to write a reply, and the other was to check the time of the transfer for me. And in this note, the sentence transfer at 1:07 p.m. certainly qualifies as a reply. Basically, with just these characters, she's precisely fulfilled my request. Moreover, she was even polite enough to add that drawing-like thing. Going by this, I can understand what she's like to a certain extent. 1, she's mentally stable enough to be able to draw a picture. 2, I don't get an impression of hostility from the picture, so at least it doesn't feel like she hates me. 3, if she meant for her sketch to calm me down, maybe she's even seeking to establish a friendly relationship. 4, she has no future as an artist. She managed to get all this information in the one little drawing. I don't know, Fastidious. I think Yukido's seeing it. It was a great burn. Avoiding unnecessary details and compressing it down to just the necessary information, she reported back to me in the most efficient way. Taking all this into consideration, I can make further conjecture. 5, though you can't really see it from the picture, I suspect that she possesses a surprisingly keen mind. Oh. Wow, she sure had me fooled. Me in response to the comment before that. She seems to be very quick-witted, quite the sly one. Oh, okay. We're falling quick. It feels like she's seen right through me. I tapped the base of the felt-tipped pen against my temple. Polyhedron. I can't wait for the dodecahedron to arrive and for us to be told we have to get in the Eva. I leave the room. Nobody's in the living area. For the time being, I'm left without clues to what to do next. From that world to this one. With the repeated transfers, my thoughts tend to lose focus. It's scheme, by the way. The switch inside my head isn't something that can be turned on or off easily. I can't think about both the shelter cabin and Sphia at the same time. And right now, I'm at Sphia. So I'll stick to thinking about Sphia. It's an overly simple line of reasoning, but I can't sort out my feelings if I don't properly think things over. That was like the best episode of Eva. I love the screaming geometry. That was within the section of that show I enjoyed. I surveyed the deserted room again. I already spoke to Utsumi before noon, so the next task is to talk to Uni and Inubushi. First, This is for you, Yosh. I head over to Inubushi's room. Entering, I see Inubushi Keiko sitting on top of a desk. She looks toward me, both her feet dangling in the air. Appreciate it, I'm happy to help. I like when it melted the mountain. She asks me that. Who are you? Even after dispensing with greetings, for her to question me like that is awfully sudden. Scratching away at her long hair, she answers. Oh, she does not like Kokoro. Oh, I don't think she likes me either. The contents of this conversation aside, I'm taken aback by her attitude and manner of speech. She seems like a completely different person compared to the girl from last night. The girl who had clung to me, pleading for help. There isn't so much as a trace of her anymore. She asks. My mouth is frozen shut, I can't answer. Okay, I'm getting more water. I'll be right back. Popper will entertain you for now. I'm back. You were more focused on the laser beam. That's valid. But why didn't we knock? Bewildered thoughts begin to whirl around my head. This is pretty much the first time you've met, is what she said. Does that mean she hasn't met Fuyukawa Kokoro either? This is our first meeting, even including the times my body was being controlled by Kokoro. Is that what she means? Okay, I get why Yosh likes her. That didn't take long. She suddenly speaks up in a bright, playful voice. And as it leaps from her mouth, she too jumps up from the desk. Gliding smoothly across the floor, she draws toward me. After crouching down once, she suddenly takes a great hop forward. When she stands up, her face is close enough for my breath to fan against it. Pure Eternus. I don't know. Her eyes contain an impish spark. Her lips curve in a soft grin, as if she's trying to cover up some kind of prank. I can't understand her at all. I just become quieter and
あ
quieter.
なたの名前は冬川心。実は知ってたんだ。
Okay, that's not us.
あのユニとかっていう子から聞いたの。
The more she says, the greater my confusion grows. Mystery upon mystery upon mystery. It feels like I'll drown in the whirlpool of them. Anyway, I need to do something to dam this flood of information. I have to resolve each issue one at a time. I address her in a strained voice.
俺は心じゃない。
Wood Carbuncle.
有機道悟だ。
I've uttered these words so many times that I'm getting sick of them. They could practically be my catchphrase by now. Answering like that has already become a conditioned reflex.
ああ、そうだったんだ。有機道悟。ユニの言ってたもう一人の人格とかいうやつね。
ちょっと待ってくれ。俺をサブ的に扱わないでくれるか。あくまでもこの肉体の正式な所有者は俺なんだから。
つまり、悟がメインの人格ってこと？
まあそう思ってもらっても構わない。
I might have somewhat briefly. Given the current situation, I don't feel like explaining the exchange phenomenon to her of all people.
オッケー、わかった。今のあなたは有機道悟。じゃあ、ゆうべ地下倉庫まで私を追いかけてきたのも？
ああ、俺だ。
ふん。
A scornful smile appears on her face, and she averts her eyes briefly.
あ、そういえば私の名前まだ教えてなかったよね。
いや、知ってるよ。君の名前は。
Oh,
犬伏恵子だろ。
犬伏恵
whoops.
子？誰よそれ。
Whoopsies.
昔の彼女の名前か何か？私の名前は鈴影小鳥。間違えないでくれる？
Hearing that from her, I suddenly remember something. Utsumi and Uni have been calling her by the name Hotori. In other words, that means that right now, the dominant personality of the girl in front of me is Suzukage Hotori. However, there's something unnatural about that. Why doesn't she know about Yunobushi Keiko? Shouldn't she know the name written in her own family registrar? Still harboring my doubts, to speak up in the meantime.
君はほとりなのか。
She nods immediately. Oh, they're clones. I don't know. I was so focused on Uni being the clone. She's the clone. Duh. I hate that clone tip, by the way. Just need to put that out there. If I try to assert you should be Inubushi Keiko as fact here and now, nothing will come of it. Though I still have my apprehensions about her condition, I decide to call her Hotori.
で、悟は何をしに来たの？
いや、ちょっと話がしたかっただけだよ。
Now that I've established she really does have DID, the things I planned to ask her beforehand have already been resolved. We're looking at a Star Wars. The new mystery has been born the moment I entered this room. I try to put forth some of my doubts.
なあ、ほとり、どうしてさっき嘘なんかついたんだ。
嘘？
俺の名前知らないようなふりしてただろ。
ああ、あれね。ちょっとからかってみただけよ。悟ってこんなこと言うのもなんだけど、頭おかしいんでしょ？ DVD だっけ？
DVD.
DID 乖離性同一性障害。
そっかそっか。その乖離性なんちゃらかんちゃらになってるんだよね。
Dissociadoodly thingy.
まあそういうことだ。
I answer her with that, since exploring it in detail would be too much of a
だか
hassle.
ら私が知らないふりをしたらどんな反応を返すのかなと思って。いわゆる好奇心ってやつ？あ、その顔怒っちゃった？
Too many choices. No.
いや別に。
嘘だ、絶対怒ってるもんその顔。やだやだやだ、怒んないで。ごめんなりなのであり。
She claps her hands and dips her head in a courtly bow. Unsurprisingly, I'm having a hard time figuring out how to deal with her. I cross my arms and look out the window, but she still remains there with her head bowed.
分かったよ。もういいから顔を上げてくれ。
じゃあ許してくれるの？
あ、
本当に怒ってない？
Once I tell her that, she spins around in delight with a wide smile across her face.
よかった。
If she hates the thought of anyone disliking her so much, then she shouldn't have mocked me like that in the first place. I can't understand her demeanor. Afterward, I present her with two questions. It isn't clear how much of what she says is the truth, though. The questions and answers are as follows. Question 1. Is it true that you heard my name from uni? It's true indeed. Hotori Inubushi Keiko and I have supposedly been in this facility for a while now. However, until she heard it from uni, Hotori didn't even know my name. Does that mean that Hotori's personality hadn't surfaced until yesterday? At any rate, this means that when she said this is pretty much the first time we've met, it was the truth. Question 2. Then have you ever met the Fuyakawa Kokoro personality? Nope. Nope, she says. Her previous impression that I DID was solely based on what Uni and Utsumi had told her. In actuality, she's never spoken to Fuyakawa Kokoro's consciousness herself. What does this mean? Did Kokoro purposely try to avoid Hotori? These 2 points are the source of my confusion. Of course, I can't take everything Hotori says to be the absolute
とに
truth.
かく繰り返すけど、ここでは誰の言うことも信じてはいけないの。
I remember the words Utsumi said yesterday, but what was she saying that I should believe? A skeptic must also doubt skepticism itself. Skepticism, an ideological attitude which suspends ultimate judgment and doubts the possibility of recognition of absolute truth, given human recognition is subjective and relative. Thanks. I can't say that it's very constructive, though. Though I still leave myself a little room for doubt, I decide to accept everything Hotori says.
質問はそれだけ？
うん。今のところは。
そう。じゃあ次は私のお願い聞いてくれる？
お願い？
ちょっとこっち来て。
Without warning, Hotori takes my arm. With a firm hold on me, she pulls me farther into the room. Completely helpless, I stumble as she leads me. The bed. Stopping in front of it, she turns to face me.
なんだ？どうしたんだよ突然。
いいから。
I sense an elevator and a lot of water in my future. Shadow. She wraps her arms around my neck, flustering me. She draws our bodies right up against each other. The situation is... Hotori wears a seductive smile. Her hand begins to softly stroke my hair.
お願いってなんだよ。
わからない。
I swallow my saliva with a gulp. No, rather, I try to swallow. But the inside of my mouth is bone dry.
別に大したことじゃないの。簡単なことなんだ。すぐに。
Let's give me our little secrets, the next words. Nope.
でも時間をかけようと思えばいつまででも明日の
That's a long time.
朝まででもね。
Her pupils are obscenely wet. What the fuck does that mean? Bring it back. I'm an actor. As are her voice, her hand. Why are her hands wet? Her lips.
何が言いたいんだ
Great gift choice. I squeak out, my voice cracking. She exhales through her nose in a little puff. Gently, as if to blow out a burning candle's flame. Even that breath has a coquettish air.
何も言いたくなんてない。何も言わなくても済むことはしたいの。
She whispers in my ear. My interest in this game is suddenly peaked. A sweet scent rises from her body. It's a mellow fragrance, potent enough to make me dizzy. She's destroying my reason with a simple aroma. I can just like picture. This is fantastic. I love this. I can just picture. Describing this. Soy's gonna be so sad she missed this. Breasts bounced boobalient. It doesn't feel like I can get... It doesn't feel like I can think it. No, I can do this. It doesn't feel like I can contain the impulses rising up from my nether regions any longer.
いいでしょう。
I... Jesus Christ! Gulping, I give a small nod, and then...
やったね。
all of a sudden, Hotsui jumps away from me. She starts hopping on the floor in joy.
あのね、実はね、バスタブの中が汚れちゃってるの。だから洗っといてくれない？
That's all she says. Her sudden and complete change leaves me speechless.
どうしたの？今さら嫌だなんて言わないよね。
I'm too gay to consent to this. I hope that's never a random pull.
ちゃんとうなずいたところ見たんだから。あ、それとも何？なんか変なことでも想像しちゃった？やだ、もうサトルったら。
She wiggles and swings her hips as she keeps on dancing around me. Watching her, I realize how thoughtless I'd just been.
じゃ、頼んだわよ。
Leaving only those words, she exits the room. Inside, only the desolate sound of the snowstorm remains.
たく、なんでこんなことしなきゃいけないんだよ。
I gave myself the ick. I mutter as I wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. Sure, as Hotori had said, the work itself is easy, and she'd been telling the truth when she said it'd be over really quick. And it's not like her saying, if you feel like going on for longer, you could do it until tomorrow morning was a lie either. However, there's just one thing wrong with what she said.
きしょーまんまとやられたよな
This work, you'd never be able to get it done if you weren't allowed to complain about it. To me, this definitely isn't something that you could do without saying a word. But anyway, I think to myself while I wash out the tub. About Suzukage Hotori. Suzukage Hotori. There are plenty of things that bother me. This is pretty much the first time we met, she said. And she turned on the seduction without me showing the slightest hesitation. Wait, what? Without seduction with me without showing the slightest hesitation. But in actuality, what bothers me the most isn't that. It's how much my impression of her has changed. Inabushi Keiko took the lives of 12 people at that hospital in Nabazumi. Even if it isn't the whole 3 personality herself with blood on her hands, somewhere on the reverse side of that personality, a shudder-inducing cruelty and madness are said to lurk. However, I felt no fear when I spoke to her. I can't understand it. There are definitely plenty of abnormal things about her behavior. But for her to kill those 12 people, one after another, I still can't believe she's capable of something like that. Normally, a few minutes of conversation would be enough for me to understand her true nature. But, I want to believe in her. Why I have begun to think that I don't know. Could it be because I've fallen prey to her charms? For a moment, my hands stop. A bundle of anxiety writhes within me. As though trying to shake it loose, I throw myself back into scrubbing the bathtub with renewed vigor. I leave after I finish cleaning the bathroom. I can't go on thinking about Hotori forever. There are still things that I need to do. I've already decided where I'm going next. In order to clear my head, I take a deep breath and stand in front of the door. Oh, we actually knocked this time. When I knock, I hear Yuni's voice from within. I open the door and enter the room. Both Yuni and Utsumi are inside. They're sitting side by side in the bed. They both turn to look at me.
それじゃユニくん、私は行くわね。
Utsumi slowly gets to her feet. And just like that, she slips past me and out the room.
何話してたんだ
I casually approach Yuni and sit down in Utsumi's place.
ちょっとね。ただの雑談だよ。暇つぶしに話をしてただけ。
He sounds like he's evading my question. However, it probably isn't anything worth dragging out of him.
そっか
I say that without paying much attention to the thought, and then Yuni,
コロンは何しに来たの？
yes, with a meek little tilt of his head. Again, fed up, I answer him.
今の俺は冬川心ではない話し方とか素振りとかでわからないか
あ、ごめん。だってついさっきまではココロンだったから。
The Yuni here, like Utsumi and the others at the shelter cabin, seem completely convinced that I have DID. That's the obvious conclusion. Who could imagine that in reality I'm stuck in a cycle of not only personality exchanges, but time jumps too? Even now, it still feels completely irrational.
それにしても本当にややこしいよね。
ああ全く同感だ
My shoulders slump in utter resignation. Yuni giggles quietly. It's the charming smile of an innocent child. The sight of it makes my own facial muscles relax as well.
で、僕に何か用？
ああそうだそうだったな
I stretch both arms behind me and throw my feet out.
お実はなちょっと聞いておきたいことがあって
何？聞いておきたいことって。
ユニはその去年の今頃は何をしてた
どうしてそんなこと聞くの？
まあなんというか暇つぶしだよ暇つぶし俺もすることがないからさ
At my answer, Yuni crosses his arms and looks up at the ceiling. He nibbles lightly on his lip. He blinks repeatedly. And the words that finally leak from him are...
ロックしてた。
は
ロックンロールだよ。ロックンロール。
14 pages. 1. The very funny scene is done, yes. A genre of popular music which originates in the 1950s in America and spread to the rest of the world, based on black musicians' rhythm and blues, with additional influences from white country music, also known as rock.
僕ね、カポエラの道場に通ってるんだけど、そこのお師匠さんにこう言われたんだ。
A Brazilian martial art, moving to a rhythmic percussion-centric musical performance, a pair of two performed dance-like foot techniques. It was originally developed by black slaves from African martial arts. Historically, Practitioners disguised their training as an ethnic dance to camouflage it from their rulers.
楠田くんはもう少しリズム感を養った方がいいよ。だからロックンロールを始めることにしたの。すごいんだよロックって。革パンとかピチピチでさ。
待て、意味がわからないんだが。
意味？ロックに意味なんて求めちゃダメだよ。ピースな愛のバイブスをポジティブな感じで受け止めなくちゃ。
Oh my god. I'm speechless for a moment. The vibes of peace and love are rocking my brain.
なるほど、わかった。ユニは去年の今頃ロックンロールをしていたと。これで間違いはないな。うん。場所はどこだ？
自分の部屋だよ。
Uni replies immediately.
自分の部屋？赤倉だけではなく。
赤倉だけ？何それ？キノコ？僕ね、キノコが大好物なんだ。
Not the slightest hint of a shadow crosses that smiling face. He doesn't seem to be lying. What does this mean? Uni must have been in the shelter cabin on Mount Akakura around now in 2011. However, that incomprehensible answer. Did the shock of the accident cause him to go a little funny in the head? Or are the Uni of Mount Akakura and the Uni here really different people? I stare fixedly at Uni's face. Its shape, features, eye color, from his hairstyle to the design of his glasses, everything about him is the same as the Uni from the shelter cabin.
どうしたの？僕の顔なんかついてる？
This is a long scene. I keep going. Okay, I'll finish this and then I'll read, but that's not how this works. I'm gonna read instead of finishing it. Used by the Dragons, no conversation about how the Beatles are the greatest band of all time, isn't he? The Beatles are very influential in the way the music is recorded and written to this day. However, I think it's because that so much of their music is so palatable to so many different people is the reason why it is so overblown as why they're so overblown as a band in terms of, I should say overblown, so widespread in popularity, I guess. They have like 3 good songs out of 200. That's like that. I mean, that's bait, but they have a lot of like good music. Are they the greatest band of all time? No. That's a funny way of phrasing it, though. That's a really funny way of phrasing it, though. The Beatles are really interesting because they're basically like a different band every year for the 10 years that they were together. Personally, I'm a Sgt. Pepper guy. That's the era of their music that I really liked. My dad really likes Abbey Road. You know, like it. No, that's you made it very funny, and I appreciate that. You did that. You did a really good 2-pronged message there. That was good. That was a good joke. You should keep doing that joke. Please don't retire that one. I really like Sgt. Pepper. They have other music, and I don't know. So it's kind of like, but I have to credit Yoshi another like 4 hours here. It's kind of like Midwest emo music. If you get like really into like front bottoms, like what is it? Is it front bottoms? Is it mom jeans or that, something like that? American football, modern baseball, like all those bands, everyone will argue about which one of them are the good band. None of them really are. It's just whichever one you started listening to first that you liked the most. Because that's like the only one I have. Make it 5. The timer's ticking. I had another point, but I've lost it, so I might just go back to the game. I don't know, I feel like the Beatles are like that. But there's also like a lot of like metalcore music that's like that as well. I mean, it's like with any genre. There's like usually a few, well, except the Beatles, I feel, or no, it's not like every genre. There are genres where there's like really, really good bands in them. I don't know. Whatever. Uni asks Unnerve. I gaze deep into his eyes.
つかぬことを聞くけど
It is funny seeing which, trying to see people argue which song is the best. That is a topic that I don't like. As a musician, I don't know how you win. Like I don't know how you make an argument for the arguments. The only arguments I made for music being quote bad is if it is like, well, bad's easy, right? Like it's not tonally correct, the rhythm's not correct, they're not playing in, you know, like they don't do the fundamentals of music. When you talk about like whether or not like an album is like the best or really good, I feel like it always just comes down to what do I expect from this band and are they giving me what I want? Like the newest I'm not gonna play any music, probably. The newest Idola album, I don't like. I don't think it's I don't think it's great. But that's because it's not a post-hardcore album. It's like an electronic type like thing. And so I hear that and I go, I don't wanna listen to this from you guys. It's why I don't listen to Polyphia anymore. They went from like prog rock and prog metal to like electronic, and I'm like, it's not why I'm here. Like I'm not here for like weird house trap music.
ユニは双子じゃないよな
But he might be a clone.
違うよ。
じゃあ兄弟は
いない。
Thank you for explaining why I don't like Shoji Megoro's work on SMT3 better than I could ever explain it. Happy to help. Happy to help. It's I think the important way to phrase it is not necessarily that there's bad music and then there's music you don't like because that's not what you want from an artist. I think those are the two categories of bad music. And generally speaking, the second one is still usually good. It's just not what you want.
僕一人っ子だから。
そうか
ねえサトル、本当にどうしちゃったの？なんでそんなこと聞くの？
Oh. Because I saw someone who looked just like you a year
い
ago.
や実はな今からちょうど1年前にお前によく似たやつを見かけたんだ赤倉岳っていう山の避難小屋で
でも僕そんなところに行ったことないよ。
I've been listening to Slater lately, and I've been making it everyone else's problem. I have been listening to the Elden Ring soundtrack, Yakuza 2, 6, 7, 0. The second most recent Idola album, A Little Tiny Moving Parts, Veil of Maya, and I think that's it. Oh, so he's having a chokehold right now. Poster Starfucker album in the music channel. Hello, Sarah, by the way. Very nice, very nice. I'll have to give it a listen.
今も言ったけど双子とかでもないし、きっと 悟は僕のそっくりさんにあったんだね。ほら、よく言うでしょ、世の中には自分に有利2つの人が3人はいるって。
I give a slight nod, but that isn't a response from the heart. Uni's case goes far deeper than a mere physical similarity. The uni there and the uni here, they aren't twins, then what are they? No matter how I look at it, I can't think of them as anything other than the same person. Besides, doesn't the fact that they both have the name Kusada Uni say it all? Now that it's come to this, I have no other choice. I've got to ask him directly. I resolved myself and then fired off my next question.
最後に一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
I mean, both of these are good questions.
よもぎ誠治、眉住凛、この二人の名前に聞き覚えはないか。
Uni's eyebrows furrow as he scratches his chin. He gently shakes his head, an expression of dissatisfaction rising to his face.
誰なの？
Going by his words and body language, he doesn't appear to be trying to deceive me. Seems like he doesn't really know either of them. In other words, that means that the uni here and the uni at the shelter cabin are two different people. The one right here in front of me isn't the person who was found by the rescue team on January 17th a year ago. No, wait a second. And what about their names? Why do the two of them have the exact same name? Then there's that face. But the way they looked, I can only think of them as the same person. Upset by intense confusion, I went to scratch my head. But I somehow suppressed that impulse and continued thinking. Okay, I've got it. Let's assume that the uni here and the uni there are two different people. That leads us to the inevitable question. I couldn't help but ask.
なあ、ユニ。
ちょっと待った。
Uni interrupts me
まだ
mid-sentence.
質問続けるつもりなの？最後に一つだけって言ったじゃん。
I lied.
ああ、そうだったな。
なんだか取り調べを受けてるみたいで気分が悪いんですけど、僕なんか悪いことしたかな？
いや、全然。ユニは素直でいい子だ。
When I tell him that, he looks happier with it than he's letting
こう
on.
考えてくれないかな。これは俺の病気を治すためだって。
サトルの病気を？
だから俺を助けると思って。
それじゃあ本当に一つだけだよ。
I let my face loosen into a grin and pat him on the head.
簡単な質問なんだ。答え。
どうぞ。
ユニ。お前はどうしてこ
Bum
こにいる？
bum bum!
どうしてって、
A shadow forms over Uni's face. No, not a shadow. It instantly colors over with despair. Not a single trace of his playful expression is anywhere to be found.
僕は
A face as pale as a corpse's. His cheek twitches in an eerie way, oddly spasming. His breathing grows labored. Perhaps he himself notices it, and he tries his hardest to return its rhythm to normal.
どうしたんだ？大丈夫か？
My worried voice doesn't seem to reach his ears. His eyes are frozen to a single point on the floor. His entire body begins to tremble violently. As though drawn to something, he raises both his hands into the air. His small hands ball themselves in the stiff
おい、
claws.
ユニ、しっかりしろ。
I grab his shoulders and shake him. I can't help but feel confused at such a sudden change. What should I do? What should I do?
ちょっと待ってろ。内海さんを呼んでくるからな。
I release his shoulders and turn around. As soon as I do, a strong pressure holds my arm back. Uni has grabbed onto my right arm.
待ってサトル、
Trickster.
僕を置いてかないで。
To my bewilderment, I'm unable to shake him off. Uni murmurs something in a soft voice, a small, weak voice. I place my ear closer to his lips.
潰されちゃいそうなんだ。
何が怖いって言うんだ？
スフィアだよ。僕はど うしてこんなところにいるの？なんで閉じ込められなくちゃいけないの？早く帰りたい。お家に帰りたいよ。
分かった、大丈夫だ、心配すんな。俺が何とかしてやる。必ずここから出してやるから。ああ、約束だ。だから教えてくれないか、ここに来る前何があったんだ？
わからないんだ。わからないんだ。ただ飛行機に乗ってて、でもその飛行機が墜落しちゃって。
The airplane crashed? Does he mean Flight 18? But Uni said that he didn't know anything about Monokakura, the people trapped there. What does that mean?
それから気がついたらこんなとこに来てて、雪の中歩いてたはずなのに、いつの間にかこのスフィアに。
In that instant, everything falls into place. Based on what Uni just said, I can only think of one thing. Like Kokoro and I, Uni has become wrapped up in this exchange phenomenon as well. But in Uni's case, he isn't exchanging bodies and swapping consciousnesses with another person. He's probably exchanging consciousnesses with his own body.
本当にここから出してくれるの？
ああ、約束しただろ。俺は約束は必ず守る男だ。
サトル。
Hey, Oddball. Hit video game Remember11? That shows Severance. It's pretty good. I watched my yearly movie today? No, yesterday. Start with an The Substance. Oddly on topic. Nice. Well, that is the whole idea of this game. Crying out in sorrow, Uni leaps into my chest. I gently hold his small body close. But back up. This year is a 2-movie year. Because I will be going to the premiere of the second FNAF movie. Won't miss that for the world. I thought, yeah, December 2025, isn't it? Hold on. FNAF 2 movie. Yep. December 5th, 2025. They're making a second one. Mr. Zoram, the first one is the highest grossing horror movie, I think, with a female director in history after like 3 weeks, and then it kept making money. It grossed over like 150 or 200 million dollars. Yeah, it was huge. I was almost blacked out in the theater watching it. It was incredible. The movie suck or not? Well, let's just say I missed the first 20 minutes, and then I thought the rest of the movie was only 45, and apparently it was 2 more hours. Alamo Draft House is a fire theater. If I'm in Texas, so in Alamo, I'll make sure to try and hit it up. Thanks to alcohol. Evelyn and I went. We invited the like other people in our group, but no one else wanted to go watch a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. So we went to a bar beforehand, and then we showed up to an actually packed theater, and then watched it. It was great. I misspelled scent. Where'd you misspell scent? I do that all the time. Oh, occasionally cross. Oh, okay. Interesting. There's just an AMC I go to in Fashion Square. Not a horror movie person, but it was really fun. I liked it. There are, so I know a lot, like, was it an incredible movie? No. But they used real animatronics and practical effects, so it automatically gets a +5 in my book. The only movies I watch are horror movies, and I watch a lot of crap because of that. I've given myself the ick twice tonight. I'm sorry, Billy. I gently hold his small body close. Before I know it, he's crying in my arms. The back I embrace as he cries feels so small. His neck and shoulders seem so frail, like they could break at any moment. He really is only a child, an innocent, pure, and vulnerable child. His warmth, his breath feels so dear to me. I had to protect him. Had? Why is it past tense? That feeling begins to well up inside me. His tears continue flowing unabated. I want to be here for him until his tears dry up. Going one choice now. I'm headed to gay Paris. Time passes. It's now about 4 p.m. Having returned to my room, I lie down on the bed in deep thought. First off, it's O3. There's a problem that can't be resolved no matter how much I think about it. Flipping the switch, I turn my focus to the exchange phenomenon. There's a clue that could be the key to unfolding it, and that's Uni's existence. I think about Uni. Oh, here we go. I'm kind of surprised it took so long. Uni has gotten caught up in the exchange phenomenon too. The same as Kokoro and me. However, he differs from us in one aspect. Uni's consciousness is only transferred once. If you compare the speech and behavior of the two Unis at the shelter cabin and Sphia, that much is evident. In terms of personality, the Uni at Sphia is always the Uni at Sphia, and the Uni at the shelter cabin is always the Uni at the shelter cabin. Based on the location, the behavior of the two has always been highly consistent. In other words, it's like this. The Uni in Sphia right now, the consciousness inhabiting his body is that of the Uni who should be at the shelter cabin. And the Uni in the shelter cabin, the consciousness inhabiting his body is that of the Uni who's supposed to be at Sphia. Oh. Their consciousnesses has been switched in the transfer. But more simply, he has only experienced a time jump, as well as a spatial one. The Uni at Sphia is only a year older than the Uni at the shelter cabin. Naturally, their height probably differs, as well as the makeup of a large portion of their cells, but in terms of genes, they're the same individual. That's why, regarding Uni, it would probably be okay to omit the personality exchange phenomenon concept. It may actually be a personality exchange, but because the two possess the same DNA, it would be too difficult to consider it a time-only jump. Well then, that's the question. The problem becomes why Uni's body exists here at Sphia in the first place. Of course, nothing will come of it, even if I were to ask the Uni here. He's the Uni of 2011. He's nothing but a victim who had the misfortune of getting caught up in the exchange phenomenon. Consequently, the one who should be the target of this question is the Uni over there. The Uni of 2012, the one who's at Mount Akakura of 2011. Now that I think about it, it certainly does feel like his behavior is kind of suspicious. If he is the Uni of 2012, then why did he so calmly accept the time jump? Furthermore, he's been behaving as if he were the Uni of 2011. He's most likely deceiving us. That guy definitely knows something. That's what I think. I should try asking him directly the next time I transfer. Oh, Paris. When they pass through a certain point? Not quite. Not even the worst theory I think I've come up with. While I've pondered on this to myself, it's gotten completely dark outside. Next, I need to...
心に返信を書かなければ。
I sit in front of my desk and pick up the pen. Hey, come on, Kokoro. Transfer at 1:07 p.m. That's it? That's all there is? Is this all you wanted to say? Certainly as a reply, what you wrote was wonderfully concise. You replied perfectly with what I asked, after all. I somehow understood what the illustration you attached meant too, but you know, isn't it cold to write only one sentence back? Can't you, I don't know, write something a little more detailed? I can't meet in person, but at least we're lucky enough to be able to exchange information. Wouldn't anyone try to make use of this? You agree, right? We're kind of like partners, you know? Suddenly you hear a knock on the door.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Going out to whoever is on the other side of the door, I hurriedly continue writing my message. Sorry, seems like a guest has arrived. I'll continue writing later. Ah, right, before I forget to write it. Did you already listen to the voice recorder in the shelter cabin? I'm mentioning it again just in case. It looks like someone's after me. Be careful. While I'm in the shelter cabin, I consider your body my top priority too. Well then, I'm counting on you, Kokoro. And this is where we get attacked. I put down my pen and head to the door. I'll accept defeat. I turn the knob and pull it open. On the other side of the open door, Utsumi is standing there. She has her hands at her chest and is giving me a somewhat anxious look. Old wise man. All of a sudden, my field of vision shifts. I've transferred to the shelter cabin. My form has, of course, become that of Kokoro. She's sitting on a log chair. I've grown accustomed to this random phenomenon, so I'm not all that bothered. Oh? Something's off. Some kind of strangely uncomfortable feeling. An uncomfortable feeling, or should I say an unpleasant one. I don't remember this. The old man? Why is the old man's face so close to me?
何やってんの?
That uncomfortable feeling is coming from my right pinky. It feels warm. Something soft and slippery is crawling around my finger. On top of that, it feels as though a sea anemone is sticking to it. The old man's face is on the same level as my head. My finger is in the old man's mouth. The strange feeling coming from the finger is in sync with the movements of his mouth. I desperately try to assess the situation. In short, with this information to go on, what's happening to me now is... This is a Disgaea face if I've ever seen one. Why sound effects? Well, obviously because it's a visual novel. Yomagi is sucking on my little finger. My cute little pinky is being sucked by a bearded old man. Oh, it's a separate sound effect. His face is stretched out in an unpleasant leer. A third one. Wow! I clench my other hand into a fist.
やめろ、気色悪い!
Using all my strength, I knock Yomagi off his feet. He goes flying away from me. He somersaults and rolls across the floor. It looks really painful, but I feel like it's a fitting punishment. I re-examine my right pinky. It's injured. There's a small cut there. It stings and it's bleeding. On the wrist of the same hand as the wristwatch. It's 6:05 p.m. now.
うぜえな.
Complaining to myself, I remove the wristwatch and abandon it on the table.
いいもんもらったぜ。
What? Yomagi wipes his mouth as he stands. I'm truly shocked.
有機道君になったのか?
そうだ。それより、この小指はどういうことなんだ?
I ask as I show him the cut.
ナイフだよ。ナイフで切ったんだ。
Oh, we were playing with a knife, right?
君が自分で切ったんだよ。
俺が?
そう。
つまり、心がってことだよな。
ああ、勝手に僕のナイフを取り上げて遊んでるうちにやっちまった。危ないから気をつけろって言ったんだがね。
That means there's lost time in it because I don't remember cutting ourselves as Kokoro. Really, what did she think would happen, that girl? Not like she's a little kid.
しかし
Unconsciously lick my bleeding little finger.
あ
It tastes like old man.
チキショーチキショ
I feel like I've just lost something precious. Something really precious to a girl, although I'm actually a man. My purity, innocence, virtue. This nicotine-stained old geezer has soiled them. I've been soiled. It's such a horrifying tragedy. The tears begin to stream from my eyes. This is ridiculous. And significantly less funny than the Hotori scene.
ーところでおっさん
Nobody can do it like Hotori. This is nothing like Severance anymore. By the way, old
あの段ボー
man.
ルの切れ端は心に渡してくれたんだろうな
Wrapped up in a blanket, I asked that as I watched the fire in the stove.
ああ、すまん。忘れてた。
おいおいマジかよ
悪かったな。次に冬川さんになった時には必ず渡すよ。
たく頼んだぞ
I minded one more time. Then I take the voice recorder out of my pocket. Kokoro might have listened to the message. If she had, it's almost certain that she'd have recorded the response. When I look at the playlist, only Data 1 and Data 2 are listed. I play Data 1.
チャイカ私はカモメ
Kokoro has said that these are beautiful words. However, in reality, this phrase is not exactly something one should be very moved by. Seagull in Russian would be chaika, and incidentally, chaika was also the call sign. Something akin to a nickname of Vostok 6. In other words, just as an astronaut on one of the Apollo spacecraft missions would contact the command center, this is Apollo, Houston, do you copy? Tereshkova had contacted with the respective command center for the Vostok 6 with this is Seagull. When this phrase was translated into Japanese, it was mistakenly translated as that, i.e., I am a seagull. As a result, it became widely known in Japan as Tereshkova's poetic description of herself floating in the void of space. An interesting fact to note, the Vostok 1 that Gagarin piloted was called Keter, meaning cedar. If that name was used as the call sign of Vostok 6, perhaps such a mistranslation would not have occurred.
これは世界初の女性宇宙飛行士ワレンチナ・テレシコ
Oh, Kokoro.
旧ソ連の宇宙船ボストーク6号に乗り込んだ彼女は一人完全な静寂と虚無に支配された宇宙空間を漂いながら
This is your recording from January 11th. It's not a reply for me, so I go ahead and play Data 2.
ところさっきのメッセージの続きだまたいつ転移が起こるかわからないから要件だけ話すぞ
It was a very Yoshi. Oh, we should do the wave. We said hi to him earlier. Hello, Yoshi. Happy 2033. I think we're on. I hope this is finding you well. We probably beat the Super Mario 3D Marathon. There's not that many games, right? Well, I guess if I go for all the moons in Odyssey, it could take a while. We've started a series that we didn't even know existed because it came out in 2028 now. And they've been doing yearly releases and we've all really liked them. So that's the current marathon we're on right now. I bet it starts with an S. Hello from the distant past. Since I... No. Since I don't know when we'll transfer... here we go.
落ち着いて聞いてくれ実はどうやら俺は
Street Ninja Robot Pirates. There we go. We're on Street Pirates Gaiden right now. The message that I recorded during my last transfer. There's no reply from her yet. Sekiro 3. You grabbed the copium tank and you did one inhale and emptied it of hopium. Sekiro 3. One breath, that tank is empty. Assuming a 2's gonna get made. I hope is not, about as much as you do, probably. Metal Gear Liquid. Delta's coming out this year now, isn't it? That looks really good. I'm very excited for that. Which means I wouldn't have to listen to my message. I recall what happened just before the transfer. Back then, I wonder what brought Utsumi to my room. She was kind of fidgety and she looked pretty uneasy, almost as though she was afraid of something. I have a really bad feeling. I'm beset by vague uneasiness with no clear cause. Coco probably still hasn't heard my warning. If some unforeseen trouble is going on at Sphia right now, the flame in the stove before me flickers. The firewood within pops a quick, vivid sound. Oh, we're going right back. Seized. Without warning, I'm plunged into complete darkness, and a moment later, a sharp pain travels up my left arm. The pain is agonizing, like I'm being burned. Unable to stand it, I cry out. What is this? What the hell happened? I fall into a state of extreme confusion. Wait, calm down, calm down. Calm down and think. Look at the situation with a cool head. Enduring the throbbing pain in my arm, I put my brain into overdrive. The smell of the air is odd. So is the room's temperature against my skin. And that isn't all. My physical senses, even the feeling of my clothing, have undergone a complete change. In the first place, why is it that I'm standing up right now when I was sitting down just a moment ago? Basically, I've transferred to Sphia. Why is it so dark? What's with the pain in the arm? The pain is unbearable. I can tell it's no minor wound. Judging from that, it's probably been cut. 2033 Republic Commando remake. They just announced the 2050 Silk Song release date. No, that's the release date of the new announcement trailer. And pretty roughly at that. A large amount of blood seems to be flowing steadily from the wound. Just what the hell happened? Squinting, I take in my surroundings. As though through a haze, I can gradually see the area around me. I'm in the living room, huh? Sensing someone's presence, I turn around. There's someone there. I can see a human silhouette in the darkness. It's standing not too far from me. However, I can't make out who it is. Who's there? The unknown person's right hand is holding something. Something that's reflecting a cold light. It's a knife. The hand of the silhouette is holding a knife. So this bastard is the one who cut my left arm? Memories from yesterday arise like flashbacks. I fall from the clock tower, my nearly drowning in the bathtub. It's still hard to believe, but it appears that someone really is after my life. And now my attacker has finally appeared before me. Knife in hand, the shadow slowly begins to approach me. Slowly. Slowly. As if the shadow is sliding across the floor. The distance between us quickly lessens. A chill runs up my spine. Why is it so dark? Where's the electricity? Where are the lights? The knife draws ever closer. The expanding blade... Expanding. Huh. The exposed blade glitters in the dark. I'll be killed. Instinctively, I... Well, obviously, we try and fight back. Reflexively, I kick out from the floor and launch myself towards the shadow. My actions may have caught it by surprise as it takes a stance that reveals its bewilderment. This is my chance. If I can use this opening to disarm it, I grab for its right arm. But... the moment I extend my arms, an unbearable pain runs through the left one. I forgot about my injury. The overwhelming pain sends me staggering, and I stumble right in the direction of the silhouette. We fall into a tangle into the floor, and a desperate struggle ensues. And soon... oh. We get Silent Hill 2'd. A piercing pain shoots through my abdomen. A burning hot pain. I instantly feel like I'm going to vomit. I void a large quantity of something onto the floor. Was I stabbed? My vision blurs. My sense of balance disappears. As I melt into the darkness slowly, I collapse there. Before long, the pain begins to dull. My senses slowly cease to operate, and gradually I feel nothing at all. No. I can see that shadow, darker even in the darkness. You're... Just before I can get the words out, the lips of the shadow obstruct mine. Long hair falls across my face. That's the last thing I ever see. Curious. The story is not finished yet. Truth is not revealed. All it circulates through an incident. It is an infinity loop. Can we start a Satoru gets stabbed counter? I mean, you can manually keep one. Thank you. Thank you. Motivated rocker. We were talking. You mean the little child that was talking about doing rock and roll music a year ago? I spin around and break into a run. Where should I go? Anywhere is fine. I just need to find a place to hide. As soon as I think that far. My foot bumps into something. Pain runs along my shin as I take a spectacular tumble. I've tripped over the table. Damn, I have to get up. I put both my hands on the floor. A sharp pain pierces my left arm. I fall down again, writhing in pain. It's no good. No good at this rate. An alarm rings inside my head. My entire body is covered in a cold sweat. At this rate, I'll be killed. Receive. Now it's Kokoro's turn. And we know she gets out of it. The name is very confusing for me. What was the name? The darkness covering my eyes disappears in an instant. A faint red light softly illuminates my surroundings. I'm in the shelter cabin. Another transfer has occurred. You are not saved. However, that thought doesn't last long. I feel a strange sensation near my feet, as though being touched by something syrupy. It engulfs me up to my ankles, climbing to my knees, and creeps up to my thighs, reaching my waist. It worms into my spinal cord, eats into my intestines, pierces my lungs, and begins to overflow from my trachea. The stench of rot makes me nauseous. The smell of death. The breath of the Grim Reaper. Is that the Grim Reaper? Anything everywhere all at once, but I don't... Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. The sharp edge of a sickle digs into my throat. I shake my head wildly to drive away the vision. However, the anxiety won't disappear. It begins to engulf my entire body. Right now, I'm alive. However, the next time a transfer occurs, I could wind up dead. I don't know what's happened to my body, which I left behind in Sphia. It might have already been chopped to pieces by someone's hands. This is exactly what half dead refers to, I think. It's almost like the cat locked in the box. Otherwise known as Schrodinger's cat, a thought experiment intended as a critique of worldviews based on probabilistic theories, the so-called Copenhagen interpretation, which was proposed by Bohr and Heisenberg. Suppose that a cat is put in a box equipped with a mechanism that would emit poisonous gas if a certain radioactive material decays. According to the Copenhagen interpretation, this micro-world radiation emission is probabilistic by nature. Then, even the cat's death caused by it becomes stochastic? Even if the cat is as lively as ever, it will be, for example, a 30% dead cat. As a paradox about a cute cat, the phrase becomes a suitable introduction to quantum mechanics. The only thing I ever remember from quantum mechanics is... what is it? A particle moves through a one-dimensional box. Bullshit. Well, I don't know if Schrodinger is the Copenhagen interpretation. If it's Schrodinger's, the 30% dead cat has nothing to do with it. The Schrodinger's is just that the cat is both alive and dead until it's observed, because quantum particles exist in both states. Whatever this probabilistic thing is, it could be. I've never, so I don't know if this is the 30% dead cat is what it's supposed to be critiquing, or if he just got it wrong. No VN without our good friend Schrodinger. True. I was wondering when Schrodinger was gonna pop up. I was getting nervous this game didn't have one. My eyes dropped to Kokoro's wristwatch. Okay, let me search Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. Yeah, so the Copenhagen interpretation is just Schrodinger's method, which means that it's just wrong. Okay, we accept it as the cat is 30% dead now. That's the new definition until we beat the game, everybody. They check for its existence. Now that might be how you think it works, but it's actually that the cat is probably 30% dead until the end, until this game is wrapped up and finished. My eyes dropped at Kokoro's wristwatch. Present time 7:34. But yeah, that's what I remember it as. I still stand by that. While I'm at the shelter cabin, the only thing I can do is pray. Lifting my head, I see Yomagi and Lin in the room. Yomagi is seated on a log chair, reading a taped together newspaper. It's the newspaper we repaired yesterday. Lin sits on the bedside with her legs crossed, staring intently at Yomagi. One of her cheeks is clenched and twitches from time to time. Sliced Kokoro. No. That's not even from my stream. That was absolutely in Snake's chat. I'm also pretty sure I use Ohio wrong there. Permission to delete. Permission denied, unfortunately. But trust me. Oh, I understand. One of her cheeks is clenched and twitches from time to time. They have some kind of disagreement. Lin is the face of someone trying to hold back the rising tide of resentment. Where's Uni anyway? Can't see him anywhere. And the moment I think that, I hear a clattering sound coming from below the floorboards. From the square hole in the corner of the room. I look into it and see him there. Uni is fishing around in the wooden box, searching for something. I think about calling out to him, but then decided that now wouldn't be a good time and stop myself. It's enough for the time being that I know where he is. I don't say a single word to the other two either.
This is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes in?
The square.
That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Yes. Okay.
And how about this rectangle? That one
Also the square.
that goes in there too.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got this thin rectangle.
The thin
Can you guess
rectangle.
where that goes?
The thin rectangle.
That's right. It goes in the square hole. And up next, a cylinder.
The circle.
I think that goes in
The circle.
the square hole. Now, we've also got the semicircle right here. Do you see a slot that would fit
The semicircle.
semicircle?
The semicircle.
That's right. It's the square hole. Okay. Up next, the triangle. We know what hole that goes
The
into,
triangle.
right?
Triangle.
That's right. The square hole. And up next, we have the arch.
The arch. The arch.
You guessed it.
The arch.
It goes in the square hole. We have the arch.
The arch. The arch.
You guessed it.
The arch.
It goes in the square hole.
They're just like in the panic at the end. Oh, she looks like she could be your sister.
Up next,
Really? Okay, actually, you know what? All right, hold on. No, you're not out of pocket for that. I was about to go into a tirade of just because we both have red hair, but you know what? I'll give you this. You survive. She featured in one of my first meme collections. I love this fucking video. The ladies with well, the only reason that video is funny is because the lady does an incredible job with the reactions. It's like the new Kojima game. Don't forget, people say it takes 10 hours for Death Stranding to get good, but it takes 10 seconds for Luigi's Mansion 3 to get good. I don't say a single word to the other two either. Biting my lip, I walk around the room aimlessly, as if trying to throw off the shadow of death. The shadow wraps itself around my ankles and slithers along after me. My heart races in my chest. My warm blood becomes a muddled stream and courses through my body. I place my right hand against my chest and try to somehow calm myself. My other hand suddenly catches my attention. My left hand. I hadn't noticed until now, but Kokoro's left hand is gripping the voice recorder. Did she leave a reply? Clinging to that hope, I hit the voice recorder buttons. Data 3, there's a new voice file. I greedily press my ear to the speaker and listen to it. Did she drop it in the snow? It's disappointing, but there's nothing in the recording except meaningless noise. There isn't any new data other than that. As it called Aether Flow, they can use it on healing skills or on a DPS skill that does very little damage.
this is a square. Can you guess which spot that goes
The
in?
square.
That's right. It goes in the square hole.
Yes.
And how about this rectangle? That one?
Also the square.
That goes in there too.
Yeah.
I assume this is them pumping it out onto the DPS skill. Okay. All the other ones are the healing skills. Got it. I unintentionally cluck my tongue. The voice recorder is cut and soaked with my sweat. I wipe it down with my sleeve and place it back in my pocket. When will the next transfer occur? What happened to my body? After this, I'll have to jump back into that blinding darkness. And on top of that, my own consciousness will jump back without any warning. Knowing that I might be thrust back there at any moment, I can't relax for a second. And besides that, well, I fear for myself. At the same time, I'm worried about Kokoro as well. What if Kokoro were to wind up dead because of me? If it came to that, what would I do? She doesn't have any connection whatsoever to the events at Sphia. But in spite of that, even now, there may be a sharp blade poised right above her throat. The image of Kokoro writhing in agony appears in my mind. I want to save her. I want to change places with her this very instant. However, at the same time, I feel a crushing sensation of fear. A maddening feeling of frustration gouges at my chest. The time slowly passes as my inner disputes continue. Inside the cabin, enclosed in the snowstorm, even though my body is freezing, uncomfortable sweat runs down me without end. And then, just at that moment, Lynn's shrill voice pierces my eardrums. I jump in surprise and begin preparing myself for the next attack. I timidly turn around. Lynn has stood up. Her gaze is directed not at me, but at Yomiki. You introducing me to the greatest Neo of all time? Hold on. Where is it? This one? This bad boy?
You know what that means.
It's the music in the background just building. Oh my god. I plan on I'm doing a whole bunch of like stream upgrade and maintenance stuff right now. And that audio is I have a plan for it. BTTV, is this the fish spin? Linda stood up. Her gaze is directed not at me, but at Yomagi. Yomagi, taken aback, returns her gaze. She turns his way and begins to approach, her high heels clicking against the floor. Without a word, Lin snatches the newspaper away from him.
おいおい、唯一の娯楽まで取り上げるつもりかい？
娯楽？
少なくとも暇つぶしにはな。活字を追いかけてるとね。それとも
We're drowning in fish emotes.
あんた、なんとも思わないわけ？どうしてこんなもの読んで平然としていられるのよ？
平然となんてしてないよ。僕だって怖い。
Oh, current viewers in my chat who watched Snake Lions today. I felt very satisfied after watching him struggle with the axe after he just bodied the fucking dude with the long sword and then got put into the second tournament. I felt justified in my in my struggles with Kingdom Come Deliverance.
だが恐怖に打ち勝つためにはまずそいつの正体を知らないとね。
I didn't say I didn't mean he bodies. He got bodied by the guy with the axe. After his success with the longsword. A poor sneaky point profit today.
山に登るには
I made
山
like
の本性を知っておく必要がある。
They're sneckles. Yeah.
それと同じことさ。
It's been Sneckle for like a couple months. I don't think he announced it though. He just kind of did it.
こ そんな新聞に正体も何もあるわけないでしょ。偽物に決まってるんだから。
偽物？ゆうべは確か違うことを言ってたね。いたずらなわけがない。
I still gotta replace my point picture with a fish.
うるさいわね。とにかく目障りなのよ。こんなもの私の前にちらつかせないで。
And with that declaration, Lynn hurls the newspaper towards the wall. It flies in my direction. I quickly dodge it. You're planning to do that? Yeah, like 3 years ago. That was, I think, before the genealogy crew showed up. I planned on doing that. Newspaper bounces off the wall and flies to the floor. Yomega shakes his head, fed up, and removes the cigarettes from his pocket. He places one in his mouth and lights it. He deeply inhales the smoke, then blows it back out again.
無神経な男ね。
神経が浮き上がってるよりはマシだろう。それよりも話し相手になってくれるんだろうな。
冗談でしょ。雪だるまにでも相手してもらえば。
Tossing those scornful words his way, Lynn returns to her bedside. Yomagi puckers his lips and blows a smoke ring, and then...
ちょっと手伝ってくれない？
Queenie's voice calls out from below.
早速暇つぶしの相手が見つかったみたいだな。
Yomagi stands up with a spring in his step and descends into the underground storeroom with the cigarette between his lips. I suddenly remember as I watched their exchange right before I transferred from the shelter cabin last night. When they saw the restored newspaper, Yomagi, Lin, and Uni all froze. So then what happened here overnight? If anything, the three of them seem relaxed since my transfer this afternoon. They're calm and quiet as if nothing is wrong. Does this mean the three of them settled the matter of the newspaper while I was away? However, that smoldering issue is now reignited. Come to think of it, there are two questions I have in mind. The first is, how could a newspaper from July of 2011 exist here? It should still be January 12th, 2011 in the shelter cabin. So why is there a newspaper here from half a year ago later? Could it be that, like my consciousness, the newspaper jumped through time and space and appeared half a year in the past? However, in my case, it's only my consciousness that jumped. In other words, something without a physical form. In contrast, the newspaper has, how can I explain it? It has mass. The newspaper is an entity composed of solid material. Even if it weren't a newspaper but a CD-ROM or something. If only the information in the article had transferred, then you could say that it was the same as my situation in a way. That's not how things are. The page is made out of actual paper, and on top of that, it's printed with a substance called ink. I'm surprised ink isn't in blue. Therefore, I can't imagine how the paper could have been transported here via the same type of transfer. Then why is there a newspaper from the future here? I feel like I won't reach a conclusion no matter how long I think it over it. Continuing on my second question, about Kokoro. Did Kokoro really read the newspaper article? If so, how does she feel about it? Of course, it isn't just Kokoro. Yomagi and Lin read it as well. If someone were to find a newspaper article from the future in which their own death was described, what would they think? How would they feel? I tried thinking about it if it were me. A newspaper from the future of unknown nature. In that paper is an article describing my death. If it were me, and I read that, what would I think? Or a terabyte disk, even. I'm gonna go fill up my water again. Then we'll be back down. Oh, I'm gonna believe the article, by the way. Who polymorphed the gamer into a game, or the ginger wizard into a gamer chair? Me. I've unpolymorphed. I need to repaint that. Okay. I would most likely believe the article. Even if did have a future date written on it, I don't think it must have been too much. Those other more expensive words couldn't get the eye. I don't think I'd be able to laugh it off so carelessly. That's because the words, the three bodies, survived for some time after the crash are written there. And the name of those three people would include my own, as well as those of two others in the shelter cabin. And on top of that, even Uni's name is written there. This means that the statement of those four specific people surviving the crash is accurate, and therefore there are only two possible explanations. Either the newspaper is from the future, or it's from the past but written by someone with the abnormal ability of foresight. But no matter which is true, it doesn't change the fact that the first half of the article is dead on. In that case, it's only human nature to believe that the rest of the article will come true as well. I'm gonna die on January 17th. If it were me, that's what I would think. So Yomagi, Lin, and Kokoro are probably thinking that as well. On the surface, they're doing their best to appear calm, but in their hearts, I'm sure they are all beset by an excruciating uneasiness. On top of that, they're trapped inside the shelter cabin by a snowstorm. They have nowhere to run. Despair. In a way, I have nowhere to run either. After all, I might find out that I've died when the next transfer comes. I understand their feelings painfully well, especially Lin's. Worried about her, I turn to look at her. Lin is crouched down in the corner of the bed, staring at the floor. The fiery spirit she'd shown just before had vanished completely. My feet unconsciously steer me in her direction. I slowly draw near, and then take a seat on the bed next to Lin. She speaks softly, without even raising her head.
ちょっとな。
ごめんなさい。今あんまり人と話したい気分じゃないの。ほっといてくれない？
I can't do that.
そういうわけにはいかないよ。
I speak quietly, trying not to irritate her.
じゃあ何なのよ。何か言いたいことでもあるわけ？
I'm gonna use the last save in this one as one save because 2 dialogue boxes have happened. Speak kind words.
なあ、リ、何をそんなに怖がってるんだ？
怖がってる？私が？
Lin raises her head.
そうだ。多分、ここにいる4人の中で一番怯えているのはリンだろう。
Ichiban?
強がって見せてはいるが、
Where?
それは本当のリンの姿なんかじゃない。本当のお前は誰よりも臆病で繊細で脆くて傷つきやすい。だからこそ弱い自分を守るために結界を張り巡らせてるんだ。
どうしてそんなこと言うの？私のこと何でも知ってるみたいな言い方しないでくれる？
だってしょうがないじゃないか。何でも知ってるんだから。
Lin bites her lip and narrows her eyes. She looks at me dubiously.
大丈夫だよ。リン、怖がらなくても大丈夫だ。俺がついてるから。俺がお前のことを守ってやるから。
I say that to her with the intent of comforting her. I'm trying to convey my innermost feelings to her. However,
何なのよあんた！
all of a sudden, Lin stands up like she's heard
こ
enough.
の状況分かって言ってんの？あんただって死ぬかもしれないのよ。
Lin rants furiously as she looks down on me.
なのに私をからかって混乱させて。
You aren't oddball. No, that's two different people. Two different people.
そんなことして 何が楽しいって言うのよ。何度も言ったと思うけど繰り返すわ。もう二度と私の前でサトルのふりなんてしないで。いい、分かったわね。
Having shouted all that at me, she rolls away and stomps off in the other direction. She walks over to the corner of the room. She disappears through the hole, leading to the underground storeroom like she's trying to avoid me. I can do nothing to stop her. No matter what I say to her right now, it'll probably be useless, I think. I can tell that she isn't exactly of sound mind at the moment. At times like these, there's nothing I can do but leave her alone. I end up left alone on the edge of the bed. Yomagi and Yuni appear, as though changing places with Lin. The two of them climb up the ladder one after the other.
なんかあったの？
They say while looking at my complexion.
いや、何も。
Feigning complacency, I get up from the bed. The newspaper is lying in the corner of the room. I go over and pick it up. I sit on a log chair near the table. I spread out the patched up newspaper and scan the article. I've only read part of this newspaper. There could be other important information hidden somewhere in the rest of the articles. I'm worried about Lynn, of course, but I can't concentrate all my efforts on her. The transfers started everything. There could be a clue in the paper somewhere that might shed light on them. With that in mind, I proceed with reading the articles, and then...
隊長、山木隊長来てください。
Here we go.
財宝を発見したであります。
何？財宝だと？どれどれ？
Oh boy. I hear Yuni and Yomigi's voices behind the paper.
おお、これは素晴らしい。素晴らしい色合いの財宝だ。しかし、青と白のストライプとは予想外だったな。
You haven't seen me and Oddball in the same room? Oh shit.
こら、ユニ隊員、触っちゃいかん。
Thank you for that, at least, Yomigi.
罠が仕掛けられているかもしれん。
I rescind all previous compliments.
罠ですか？
ああ、そうだ。パクッとな、パクッとされる恐れがなきにしもあらず。
でも隊長、こんなチャンスには二度とお目にかからないかもしれませんよ。たとえ罠だとしても自分が犠牲に。
バカ者、何を言うか。大事な隊員を危険な目に遭わせるわけにはいかんのだ。ここは隊長である私が全責任を負って。
いえ、隊長の死は部隊の死であります。自分には女房子供はおりませんので、悲しむ者は誰も。
うるさい、そんなことを言いおって。貴様、さては財宝を独り占めするつもりだな。
何をおっしゃるんですか、隊長。自分はそんなつもりなど。
お前ら、さっきから何言ってる？
The fucking faces are hilarious. 15-yard penalty will be enforced.
その言い方、もしかして有機道か。
Alright, stream. See you, Wombat. Enjoy the ego transfer. I do like the sailor dialogue. The sailor dialogue's pretty funny. It seems they finally noticed. It's too much of a pain to answer, so I get straight down to business.
で、そんなとこでしゃがみ込んで何してんだよ。
何ってそれは。
Yuni and Yomigi look at each other, and then return their eyes to me. Their line of sight is aimed at my... No, it's the place where Kokuro's thighs converge. I instantly understand what they're doing and what their conversation has been about. Ah. I can only
お前
sigh.
ら気楽でいいよな。お前らのことを見てると、こっちまでそのペースに飲まれちまいそうだ。
Even though I might die as soon as the next transfer happens, and even if I do survive that crisis, there's still a dangerously large mountain of urgent
まあ
problems.
確かにあっちに比べればこっちの世界は安らげるけどな。 あっちは始終神経を研ぎ澄ませてなきゃいけない。誰が信用できるかもわからない。その点こっちは気楽でいいよ。
I take off the wristwatch as I complain. As usual, I put it in my
あっ
pocket.
ちとかこっちとか何のこと言ってるんだ。
いや、なんでもない。続けてくれ。
Saying that, I hold up the newspaper once again.
続けてくれって言われても。
サトルだって一応女の子なんだから膝閉じた方がいいんじゃないの？
別に構わないだろ。見られたって減るもんじゃないし。それにな、どうせ閉じたって気を抜いたらすぐ元に戻っちまうよ。こればっかりは癖なんだからどうしようもないんだ。
でも
心に何か聞かれたら何度も注意したってそう言っといてくれ。
Saying that, from behind the newspaper, I hear Uni and Yomugi begin to confer in frantic whispers. I don't really know what they're talking about, but, well, whatever. I forget about them and focus on the newspaper instead. There's an article about Flight 18 on the local news page, but there isn't any new information in it. It's the same no matter how many times I read it. It's not like the text in the article will change. Smoking gun. After the snow thawed, the decomposed corpses of 3 men and women were found on the mountain. The names were Yomugi Seiji, Fuyukawa Kokoro, and Mayuzumi Lin. They lost their lives at 7:53 a.m. on January 17th after getting caught up in an avalanche. Conversely, you could say that they were able to survive until that time. And Yuni's name is written there in the paper as well. The sole survivor, Kusuda Yunikun, 11. Yunikun's mental state is not stabilized even after half a year. He has stubbornly remained silent. The Aomori Prefectural Police are still waiting for Yunikun's recovery to inquire about the details surrounding the incident.
あ、そうだ。
I've forgotten something important about Uni. The Uni in the shelter cabin right now isn't the Uni of 2011. Even if he's in the body, the consciousness dwelling inside that body belongs to the Uni of 2012. If not, then it's impossible to explain the words of the Uni at Sphia. The Uni at Sphia had said he didn't know anything about Mont Akakura. He was definitely involved in the plane crash, but when he came to afterwards, he was suddenly at Sphia. That's what he said. This Uni and that Uni had just once changed places with each other, like me and Kokoro. I'll go ask Uni about it here. I'll go ask the Uni here about it and... Reflection 2. If reflection was so good, why is there no... Right as I think that, the scenery around me shifts. A hot pain in my left arm. I reflexively jump back and stand ready, the silhouette clutching a knife. Might still be nearby, but there's no one here. I restlessly look about, bobbing my head like a chicken, but there's no trace of anyone else in the room. Congrats on the 50%? Thanks! This is my room at Sphia. Just to be safe, I check inside the closet, under the bed, and even in the bathroom. Not so much as a shadow to be found. I pat down my body, but I find no other wounds except for the one on my left arm. I mutter as I wipe the sweat from my brow.
逃げ延びてくれたみたいだな、心。
A feeling of relief blankets me. Was it only tension that keeps me standing? Fatigue suddenly surges through me. I sit down on the floor, drained of energy. I can't take so much as a single step. My body is as heavy as stone. I manage to move my right arm far enough to take out my wristwatch. Present time, 8:08 p.m. Since it took me time to make sure the room was safe, I estimate that this transfer took place... Here, they could have gotten the money for the eye! Took place at about 8:06 p.m. I put my wristwatch back in my pocket, and then I let my head hang. I gently rub my throbbing left arm with the palm of my right. It feels odd to the touch. Something appears to be wrapped around my arm. I feel a strong pressure on the wound, too. I stand back up, my rusty joints creaking and groaning as I do. I walk over to the door and lock it just to be safe. And then return to the center of the room. I take off my clothes. I look at my left arm. White bandages are wrapped around it. Part of the cloth is discolored by a thick line of red blood that still oozes from beneath its surface. Tracing that line with a fingertip, I feel a tingling numbness. Did Kokoro dress it herself? I thought she could bandage it so neatly using just her right arm. It isn't even their dominant arm after all. So then, one of the other three? As I ponder the question, I decide to put my clothes back on. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I pass my arm through the sleeve. I like to believe that when he says he undressed, he just butt-ass naked instead of just taking his shirt off in order to make sure you could see his left arm. In my visual novel? How could they? And before I have time to catch my breath, emotions begin to swell within me. An exalting feeling bubbles up inside. Those are the burning feelings I hold towards Kokoro. Even if I thanked her thousands of times, or tens of thousands of times, or hundreds of millions, it wouldn't come close to expressing the depth of my gratitude toward her. Because Kokoro is the one who let me escape from the demonic hands of the killer. There was nothing I could do. Even though it's my body, there was nothing I could do to help. Kokoro would save my life. A deep emotion that I can't express with mere terms like being thankful or deeply moved expand within me until it feels like it'll burst forth from my heart. I want to hug her and hug her and hug her, muss her hair and shout in her ears. Thank you, Kokoro. I'm so happy. I could die right now. That's an unfulfillable wish. Well, I can write it all down at the very least. My translations would never have any mistakes, haha. Obviously, haha. Never in a million years, haha. I immediately sit at the desk and pick up the pen. When I turn my eyes toward the memo pad, I see something. Letters I don't remember writing have been scribbled there. Nice to meet you, Yukido-san. I feel dizzy just after reading the first line. The letters show pretty low handwriting skills, like the scribbles of a foreigner trying to learn Japanese by imitating others. Then I remember. Oh boy. Will we be able to tell the difference between a typo and a correct translation with Alta Macht? Probably, if one word is German. That's a good point. As random English will translate into German. That'll be a moment of all time. As we sit there struggling trying to figure out what it says, and it's just random English words. The German version said energy, and I translated it as energy. Taylor, that's not how you say it. I'm distinguishing them for those following along at home. I see, so she can't help but write like this. It's inexcusable to complain about the poor handwriting and whatnot of someone who just saved your life. Instead, the shoutiness of the letters she'd written beautifully convey how heroic Kokoro is. With the utmost effort, trying her hardest, she wrote this. In order to give her earnest gesture the attention it deserves, I sit up ramrod straight and go on reading her message. Nice to meet you, Yukido-san. I wonder what I should write. There are so many things I want to write, I can't seem to bring it all together very well. You can probably tell just by looking, but my handwriting is like this too. This might be difficult to read, so please forgive me. First off, I'll report all the important things to you. I've read all the messages that you left me on this notepad. I was only able to listen to half of your message on the voice recorder left at the shelter cabin, but I was at least able to listen to up to it seems someone's after me. And about your left arm, the one who cut your left arm, that someone was the one who did it. That person tried to take away your life. Basically, that's the situation, right? But just who is that someone? Please explain it in a little more detail. What's happening with Satoru's body? Why is it that you believe someone is after you? Or then, did you say that on the shelter cabin's voice recorder too? I was only able to hear part of it, so I don't know. If by chance you didn't record it there, please reply here. But about the culprit. The truth is, it's not as if I don't have any ideas. There's no reason to beat around the bush, so I'll just go ahead and write it. Suzukage Hotori-chan. You're aware that she has DID, right? Recently, she's been fixed in her Hotori personality, though. However, I don't think it'd be unusual for her hidden personality to awaken at any time. And by her hidden personality, I mean the other personality within her. The personality that killed 12 people at Awazumi Hospital. It may be possible that personality is targeting you, Satoru. I say that, but it's not as if I have any decisive evidence. It might not be appropriate to write things like this, even though I don't have any real evidence. Even so, I don't think it would be going overboard to be vigilant, so please be careful, just in case. Next, about uni. It's extremely complicated, so I can't say it very well. What should I do? That's right. Okay, first, there's something I need to ask you. Have you ever met a young boy by the name of Kusuda Uni? You know, right now I'm thinking this, that maybe Uni is teleporting. Teleporting is in both his body and consciousness are transferring together. The timing of his teleportation is the exact same as when Satoru and I transfer. You get what I'm trying to say? In other words, at the same time that I transfer back to Mount Akakura, Uni's mind and body jump out to Mount Akakura as well. Because if that isn't so, I can't explain how Uni could exist as two people at the same time. That's why, by my prediction, Satoru shouldn't have met Uni even once. So I think. Which is it really? Have you met Uni or haven't you? Please tell me. And I have two more things I want you to tell me. The first is about Sphia. Satoru should know much more about, much more than I do about this facility, right? That's why I want you to tell me everything about Sphia. Like how to get outside and to communicate with the outside world. The second is about the shelter cabin. The time that I'm away from the cabin, please tell me if anything important happens. Oh, I'm sorry. Feels like I'm writing, all I'm writing is please tell me, and things like that, huh? As an apology, here's the report. First, about the earthquake. An earthquake occurred at Sphia. Because of that, the breaker was stripped and the blackout occurred. It's fixed now, though. And the times of the transfers. I checked properly, just like you told me, so here they are below. 107, transfer to Sphia. 140, return to the shelter cabin. 1603, transfer to Sphia. 636, return to the shelter cabin. 733, transfer to Sphia. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Transfers occurred 5 times, 2.5 round trips. And at present, I'm still here. It looks like the times are all over the place, but do you think there's a pattern? Well, then, one last thing. I'll do as much as I can while I'm stuck in this world, so Satoru, too, please take care of my body. Things are pretty bad here, but it's a serious situation there, too. That might be kind of weird. It might be kind of weird to say this, but please try not to die. No matter what happens, I'll protect your body until the very end. So you too, Satoru, please protect my body. Live. Survive. The two of us together will escape from this weird phenomenon. And then, you can't think of anything else. Anyway, I'm waiting for the day I can meet you. For sure, somewhere, So then, this is where Kokoro will end her message. Kindly forgive the roughness of my writing. Later then, P.S. If you do anything weird to my body, I'll never forgive you. Don't touch it too much, okay? Rather, don't touch it at all. P.P.S. Come to think of it, I forgot to write something important. About the newspaper. You saw it too, right, Satoru? The newspaper that was in the shelter cabin. I guess she transferred mid-sentence. After the line, the newspaper that was in the shelter cabin, the rest of the page is blank. She hadn't drawn anything this time either. I was actually kind of hoping she would, so I feel a little disappointed. That aside, I should write her a reply before it's too late. I grabbed the pen and pasted the white notepad. Kokoro, this is sort of sudden, but do you know where the highest mountain on the planet is? It's on the border of Nepal and Tibet. Elevation 8,850 meters. It goes without saying that I'm talking about Everest. Well then, on the other hand, where do you think the deepest point on the planet is? And in this case, the deepest point on the planet means the lowest place that the flesh and blood human can reach. In other words, not an ocean trench, but somewhere underground. You know where it is? The correct answer is the Republic of South Africa. In a deep level gold mine, there exists the deepest hole in the world. The depth is about 3,580 meters. But you know what? I just found a place that's even deeper than that. Inside my heart. I'm so thankful to a girl named Fuyukawa Kokoro. This thankfulness is even deeper than that deep level mine. And at the same time, I'm so moved it hurts. The feelings in my heart climb higher than Everest. In other words, if the feelings in my heart were to be converted into units of distance, they'd surely reach far above 12,430 meters high. Hold on. 12,430 divided by 11. Evenly. Interesting. Curious. That's around how grateful I am to you right now. Of course, I'm talking about how you safely got away from the culprit who's after me. Thank you very much, Kokoro. Because I'm a scientific person by nature, I can't think of the right words to express myself, but far above 12,430 meters, if my feelings can be transmitted through the numerical value, then there's nothing more I desire. Well then, no matter how many words I string together, it won't be enough to tell you how thankful I am, but there's something else important that I have to tell you. I have no idea when we'll transfer again after all. I apologize, but I'll be changing the subject of my reply from here on. Q, by somebody, who do I mean? I put it in the voice recorder too, but I don't know. The answer is that I don't know. However, I don't think it's Uni. I don't have any proof or anything, but I can't imagine Uni being the one that's after me. And I think I can exclude Utsumi as a suspect based on my personal impression of her. In her case, I'm especially doubtful since her speech and conduct aren't even the least bit suspicious. The last one is Ho3. I'm hesitant to talk about her in black and white. Just as you wrote, she was a culprit in the Awazumi incident after all. And even if Hotri personality is uninvolved, there's another more ferocious personality lurking within her. You can probably say that the probability is high. I don't think it would be going overboard to be vigilant. Indeed, that's true. Why do you think that someone is after you? Now that you mention it, I haven't told you the details yet. I was on the clock tower when I was first attacked. I was pushed by someone. Thankfully, my injuries weren't too bad, but if I had landed the wrong way, I might have died. I don't know whether the culprit intended to kill me then, but they at least did it with the goal of hurting me in mind. After falling from the clock tower, I lost consciousness. When you first woke up at Sphia, it was probably a few hours afterwards. The next time it came after me, I was in the bathroom. Someone tried drowning me in the bathtub by plunging my head into the water. Speed reading letters we've already seen before. That's the goal. Hey, Mike, hope you're well. Astral cringe projection. And after writing this, I realized something.
そうだよ。心はこの時のことを知ってるはずじゃないか。
Kokoro had seen the killer. No, wait. Kokoro had asked in her message, what do you mean by somebody? As though she hadn't the slightest idea. In other words, she didn't even see the culprit after all? That is, everything took place while she was asleep after taking the pills? Is that it? At any rate, I have to ask her. I once again turned to the notepad. Hey, Kokoro, do you know who the culprit is? Please tell me in detail what it was that happened then. I'm begging you. Sorry this conversation changed direction a bit. Well, that's it for now. The clock tower, the bathroom, and my left arm being cut. These three things happening in succession mean that someone is after me. More specifically, someone is after my life. About Sphia, is there any way to leave or any way that means to communicate with the outside? It's hard for me to say, but the answer to both questions is probably no. My memory is correct. There shouldn't be any way to leave or communicate with the outside world. I can't say this for certain because actually I'm suffering from a small memory disorder. I'm more or less remembering Sphia, but it might be that there's something I'm forgetting. I apologize for only being able to respond with such irresponsibly unhelpful answers. If I remember anything, I'll tell you right away. About the shelter cabin, did anything important happen? I don't think there have been any major changes. Yomagi-san and Uni are just lazing about. Only Lynn is emotionally unstable, but that's normal for her. There isn't really anything important I had to tell you at the moment. With that ends my replies to the questions you've asked me, Kokoro. I've answered everything that was within the scope of my knowledge. After that, there's the timing of our transfers. Thanks, you were really helpful. Thanks to you, I now know that the transfer times I recorded and yours are more or less the same. Tentatively, the transfer times that I've checked go something like this. 107 transfer to the shelter cabin, 140 transfer to the Sphia, 603 transfer to the shelter cabin, blank return to Sphia, 733 transfer to the shelter cabin, 806 p.m. return to Sphia. Please don't mind the blank in the fourth one. At the time, I was in the dark running away from someone with a knife. I don't have the opportunity to check the time. I don't know yet whether there's a rule about the timing of the transfers. The only thing I can say for certain is that you and I both transfer into each other's bodies at the same time. With that, please continue checking the time from here on out too. It's not like we have a big sample, light blue, to work with after all. And lastly, about your body, don't worry, I'll protect it no matter what. I take it upon myself to always repay favors, and in the first place, Kokoro and I have a connection that cannot be severed. I just noticed now, but it seems that I, without you, am just me. Either way, the fact that I am me doesn't change, but even so, when you're there, I feel like I can be more like myself. Yoshi's gonna have a fucking trip trying to understand me reading this. Like, speaking 4 different pronouns about the same, like, 2 characters. And just, like, different, like, passive and active voices. There's a 4-character Chinese idiom that goes like this. Do you know it? No. Seiki Jukansei. Red accepts blue entirely is what it means. Maybe I've been trapped by that phenomenon myself. Of course, it's because you're here that this phenomenon came into existence in the first place, though. Sorry, that was a little much, huh? Anyway, I definitely won't let you die no matter what. So try to relax somehow. Believe in me. I'll double my 12,430 meters worth of appreciation and pay it all back to you. That's right. There's one last thing I wanted to say. It might be rude to say something like this, but Kokoro's drawing was the work of a prodigy. Well then, later. Speak of the sexy lower than the quote delivers. True. You say that, but it doesn't make much more sense to native English speakers. Well, I mean, fair enough, but like imagine having the layer of not understanding, not understanding, but not growing up, I guess, with the language either. And just me is just, yes, that's how it works. Later, I finished writing the message and decided to go to the dining hall for dinner. I'm incredibly hungry. I realized I hadn't eaten anything since this morning. In the end, I didn't even get that neither breakfast nor lunch meal that Utsumi made, which reminds me, I wonder what happened to it. While I was away from Sphia, did Kokoro eat it for me? At any rate, that doesn't change the fact that I'm hungry. Crucified rat! What a fucking name. Entering the dining area, I see Hotori and Uni sitting quietly in their chairs. On the table is a pot of beef stew with pure white steam billowing from it. Additionally, there's a salad, bread, glasses of water, and tableware.
ちょうどよかったわ冬川さん今呼びに行こうと思ってたところなのよ
Utsumi says the moment she sees me. Reluctantly, I
今
correct
の俺
her.
は有機道悟だ。
あらごめんなさいね
Utsumi replies casually, urging me to sit. We do this every single time. I'm seriously starting to consider putting on a name tag or something whenever I leave my room. With the four of us assembled at the table, dinner begins. As the spoons travel back and forth from mouth to plate, Utsumi, Hotori, and Uni chat between mouthfuls. It's neither noisy nor quiet, a supremely ordinary mealtime. None of the topics of conversation stand out in particular. The main subject is the earthquake that occurred at Sphia. But since Kokoro wrote about that in her message, I'm not too surprised. I make the appropriate murmurs of agreement from time to time, along with the occasional forced smile, and thus I'm able to ignore their conversation pretty well. I have only one thing on my mind, the culprit who'd slashed my left arm. It could be very well to be the case that the culprit is here among the three of them. I keep a close eye on the events going on around me as I eat, but nobody does anything suspicious, which means that the real culprit is someone else, lurking somewhere unknown to us. I keep eating as I consider all the possibilities, so I don't actually register how the meal tastes. Still, my hunger is out of control, and I consume the beef stew in a flash. Incidentally, from listening to the conversation, I do pick up one thing. It appears that Hotori was the one who treated my arm. I'm a little surprised, so Hotori is a gentle side like that after all. Before returning to my room, I decide to express a bit of gratitude.
ありがとう、小鳥。
In reply, she
お礼
says,
なんて言わなくていいよ別に大したことしたわけじゃないんだから
not soup, stew. What's the difference? I don't know. I'm returning to my room. I seat myself at the desk and reread the message from Kokoro one more time. There's only one part of it that troubles me. Because if that isn't so, I can't explain how Uni could exist as two people at the same time. I expected it, Yosh. At the same time. Kokoro at the same time. The meaning of that statement is plain to see. She probably still doesn't know that it's 2012 in Sphia. She's under the impression that Sphia exists in the year 2011, like the shelter cabin. I hesitate. Should I reveal the truth to her or not? After going back and forth, I finally decide.
伏せておくしかないよな。
Because if I don't, she'll find out that I'm from the year 2012. If she does, I'm sure there will be all kinds of questions. What happened on Mount Akakura on January 17th, 2011? When that question comes up, how should I answer it? Well, according to the historical record, you're gonna die in 5 days. I can't say such a thing to her. That's why I decided to hide the year from her. As well as the matter of the newspaper. Kokoro touched on the subject at the end of her message, but I didn't comment on it. I don't know. How should I answer her? It's the same with the Uni case. She seems to be questioning why two Unis can exist at the same time, but in order to explain it, I'd unavoidably have to reveal to her that at Sphia, it's the year 2012. It's possible. I want her to keep an optimistic perspective on the situation. I don't want her to know about the avalanche on the 17th. I can't saddle her with yet another burden. If it's just a matter of changing history, my own strength alone should be enough. Oh, of course. That's what I've decided. Casually, I glanced toward the window and the powdery snow dancing outside. The blizzard had stopped without me realizing it. The incessant howl of the wind is gone, as though secretly snatched away. Having rested for a little while, I decided to leave the room. My goal, of course, is to search for the culprit. Is this what you call a proper investigation? It's not as if I'm not scared of the killer, but what would wasting time in my room accomplish? I need to find out as much as I can. I open the door and walk to the dining area. Before I can even think about whose room I'm going to start my search in, the vision of a lone girl enters my field of vision.
そんなとこで何やってるんだ？
She's standing stock still near the table. An ashen shadow envelops her. It feels as if I'm viewing a faded old photograph.
どうしたんだよ？
I slowly approach her. She doesn't answer. Her head hung low. Her line of sight is fixed on the floor. Beside her feet lies a dark brown lump, dirtied all over. It makes eerie twitching, squirming movements.
なんだこれ？
I bend down and take a hard look at the thing on the floor.
ネズミ？ネズミだ。
It's not looking too good. I can tell at a glance that it's on the verge of death. Its limbs are going into gruesome convulsions, its eyes hollow, like they've rotted. Its mouth flaps open and shut in a desperate attempt to breathe.
どうしてこんなところに？
I stand up and look at her. Her face is dull and expressionless, hardly like a living human. Her eyes contain no warmth. Her skin is as parched and lifeless as a sculpture carved from hard sand. It seems like if I were to so much as touch her, her whole body would crack and then crumble apart. At my feet, a rat on the verge of death, and beside it, a girl whose soul has vacated their body. Completely bewildered though I am.
助けてやらないとな。
I remember that. Altori suddenly opens her mouth.
ああ、そうだよ。だってこのままじゃきっと死んじまうと思うし。
I have no idea what she's thinking, but just then, without warning, Hotori grabs the rat by its tail. Oh! And with all her strength, smashes it against the corner of the table. Well, my heart stops. Though I try to say anything, I can't even breathe.
死んだわ。
Well, she muttered those 2 words, dangling the dead rat like a pendulum from her hand. Then, with no more care than you'd show to an old rag, she casually tosses the body away. Her face warps into an expression of boredom.
お前なんてことを。
Those words escape my trembling throat, my voice hoarse. Hotori looks away from me, her lips forming a pout. An expression of complete unconcern. She's calm as though nothing has happened. The rat now lies dead in the corner of the room, blood issuing from its mouth. It isn't even convulsing anymore. The thing lying there is no longer a living being. It's been reduced to a mere object. Just a rat, but for some reason I feel very sad. The corpse of the rat lying miserably in the corner seems so pitiful to me.
かごめかごめかごの中の鳥は いついつ出やる夜明けの晩に鶴と亀がすべった後ろの正面誰
Curious. Requiem. Why did Hotori suddenly sing the Kagome song? Was there supposed to be some kind of requiem? I just can't understand her actions at all. Even after the transfer, the echoes of her voice still resound in my mind. I can't get it out of my head. The gruesome scene that unfolded before my eyes. I'm in the shelter cabin now. I know that, but Hotori's cruel expression is still scorched on my mind. I feel like a vision of it could appear at any moment. Somehow holding it together, I sit down on a nearby log chair. The imagery of the shelter cabin, I finally begin to take in the current situation. Yomagi and Lin stand frozen in place in the middle of the room. Yuni is crouching beside the stove. The air in the room is heavy. It's as though some ominous entity is filling the room with its stagnating presence. I ask, but nobody so much as tries to answer. Pouring a grave expression, Yomagi slowly turns to face me.
ああ、そうだ。何かあったのか。
いや、なんでもないんだ。気にしないでくれ。
And with that, none of them speak so much as another word before bed. It seems like the blizzard outside also has ceased at some point. With that silence, night has fallen. Wrapping myself in a blanket on the bed, I take off the wristwatch. Day 3. That day 2 was long. Respite. Excuse me, Pencilwood. It was very long, it's true. See, sometimes when you say stuff like that, it makes me think that it's not actually, and you're fucking with me. It's been a while since I've seen a blue sky. Just like the people of old who worship the sun as a god, I truly feel like thanking it for the depths of my heart for this downpour of sunlight. I spent the entirety of yesterday without taking a single step outside. Perhaps that's why the air is so delicious to me now. I breathe in a lungful of fresh air. The coldness of it permeates my entire body. The inner parts of my nasal cavities begin to sting, but it's refreshing and feels good. Last night, the night of a year ago, that is, I'd gone to bed in the shelter cabin of Mount Akakura. When I woke up, I'd returned to Sphia. That's why I don't know exactly when the snowy clouds had been stripped away from the sky above Osagi Island. Regardless, the snowstorm that had lasted for 2 days has now completely disappeared. The time is around 9 a.m. I'm walking in the sprawling grounds south of the main building. I say walking, but even taking so much as a single step is no easy task. The snow on the ground is deep enough to bury my feet. The surface of the snow is frozen over like the glaze of a pastry. When my feet punch through the surface, there's a tightly packed powdered snow inside. The resistance from the snow puts extra strain on my lower body, but even so, walking itself isn't that hard. What is hard is resisting the urge to jump and frolic about in the refreshing wind. A landscape of untrodden virgin snow spreads out before me. The urge to disturb the untouched land is tickling my primitive instincts. It feels a little childish, but I hop around like an innocent puppy as I cut through the field of white. I run out of breath and lean against the wall. The massive circular wall that encloses Sphia. I knew the wall was here, of course, but looking up at it again like this, it really does feel huge as it looms high over me. A height not even a world record pole vaulter could clear. Despite being aware that it's futile, I still try climbing up the side of it. But it's an unforgiving wall, devoid of handholds or footholds and impossible to climb. Just for the hell of it, I try kicking it with all my might. There's the muffled sound of my foot striking the concrete, but that's all. Of course, there isn't so much as the slightest tremor in the wall. The wall towers massively before me as though it were a symbol of immovability. I head back the way I came. Sphia's main building is in the distance. The snow covering it shines a bright white. Viewed from the outside, it looks like a castle made of ice from some old myth or fairy tale. The central clock tower reaches high into the sky like one holding a captured princess. Walking under the blue sky, I think about how Sphia might look from above. First of all, it's round. The center of the circle is the clock tower with a radius of about 100 meters from the concrete wall that encircles it. The entire area enclosed by this circle is Sphia in its truest sense. Sphia isn't just the building that's standing in the middle. Well then, if the radius is 100 meters, though this is an estimate, then the overall circumference of the wall would be... Good work. Which means that the area of the entire site is... What an interesting number you came up with. It's a simple calculation even a grade school student could understand, but by putting it into numbers like this, I can recall the scale of Sphia concretely. Get it? Like the wall? 3.14 hectares, if you convert it, that would be about 7.76 acres. This value corresponds to about 2/3 of the space enclosed by the Paradise Park Dome. Well, it isn't like everything will be solved if I just figure out the number. This is something of a bad habit of mine. 776? I didn't even notice. How could I have not? I should have. All right, well, that's the end of this playthrough. We're now going to replay all of Thracia. I shake my head, surprised at myself. There's no point in finding out what the numbers are if it doesn't feel like they'll be important later on or anything. Pi hectares and Thracia acres. Okay, I can remember that. I stop looking up the sky and let the abundant sunlight wash over me. Also, I did like hill as well. This refreshing feeling can't be put into numbers. I get back inside to find that the other three have already finished breakfast. While I've been walking outside, it sadly appears that I missed the meal. Well, missing just one meal shouldn't be too much of a problem. I don't feel all that hungry.
こんなに天気もいいことだし、みんなで外に出て体を動かそうと思うんだけど、反対の人は？
He suddenly gathers the rest of us in the living area and proposes this
体を
plan.
動かすってラジオ体操でもするつもり？単純にみんなで遊びましょうってそういう意味で言ったんだけど。
遊ぶ？
そう、遊ぶんだ。新鮮な空気を吸って日の光を浴びて雪と戯れて。
I would rock gaslighting lady PJs. We're styled up in them.
こんなところにずっと閉じこもったままじゃ息が詰まるでしょ。心にも体にも良くないと思う。だから。
ユニ、本気で言ってるのか？
もちろん。
Neither Hotori nor Utsumi make any attempts to hide their uncertainty. Even I'm not without my doubts. Yesterday, I was almost killed during the power outage. I don't know whether the culprit is in this room right now or hiding somewhere unknown to me. But whatever it is, it doesn't change the fact that I'm not in the mood to play.
やっぱりダメかな。
Genie's face falls as he looks at us anxiously. Although it should be easy to turn him down, seeing that lonely expression on his face weakens my will to object. While hesitating about how to answer,
面白そうじゃない。やりましょう。
Otori raises her head and expresses her approval.
そうね。たまには気分転換も必要かもしれないわ。
Unexpectedly, Utsumi agrees as well.
サトルは部屋に引きこもって一人で遊ぶ。
Otori laughs teasingly as she provokes me, causing me to answer without
分かった
thinking.
よ。付き合えばいいんだろ。付き合えば。
やったー。そう来なくっちゃね。
Genie gives me a thumbs up. Certainly, it's better for me if we all gather together rather than separated. And besides, the visibility outside is good. Even if there is a suspicious person out there, they won't have anywhere to hide. I don't have any particular regrets about agreeing.
ユニ君は何をして遊ぶつもり
Hide
だ
and
った
seek.
の？
He wants to play hide and
そ
seek.
うだな。
Guarantee it.
実は具体的には何も考えてなかったりするんだけど。ねえサトル、何か案ないの？
あんね。
I think to myself, in this situation, the most ideal activity would be snowboarding. I mean, we can't do either. Wait, did I not? Oh, I missed the chapter change. Oh, shit. Cool. Snowball fight. Yeah, I agree with you there. Let's play basketball.
なあ、バスケはこの建物の東にコートがあっただろ。あれを使わない手はないと思うんだが。
それは明暗ね。私バスケット得意だから。僕はあんまり上手くないけど。
じゃあ他のにするか。
みんながやりたいならそれでいいよ。
内海さんは。
そうね。私は別にやっても構わないんだけど。
Twink will remember this.
だけど
ボールがね、あるのかなと思って。コートがあっても、肝心のボールがなければ話にならないでしょ。
Well, why would we have a court then?
確かにそれもそうだ。
大丈夫よ、心配しないで。ボールなら確か地下の倉庫に。
NBA? I need a better pencil. With that decided, the four of us split into two teams for a basketball game. After trying to rebalance everyone's strengths equally, the results are Uni and I, the boys team, will be facing Hotori and Utsumi, the girls team. However, we can't play by the standard rules, mostly due to the court being covered by a thick layer of snow.
ねえ、どうするのサトル。これじゃあバスケなんてできないじゃん。
Hotori drops the ball she found in the basement. It is time. What, she wearing her coat now? Without a single bounce, the ball sinks into the
で
snow.
もゴールが使えないわけじゃないだろ。
Saying that, I dig the ball out of the snow.
どういうこと？
That too.
どういうことってこういうことだよ。
I wind up and throw the ball into the blue sky. The brown orb draws a perfect parabola and is sucked into the net. With that swish I so love to hear, the net springs up and down as though dancing. A free throw tournament. I go over the rules with the others. Well, though I call them rules, there's nothing too complicated. One, the AB team and the CD team will alternate in shooting free throws. The order will be ACBD. This will count as one set. The person who's up can choose to either shoot from the free throw line or shoot from the outside the 3-point line. Why wouldn't you just do horse instead? If the ball goes in, their team will receive 2 points for a shot from the free throw line or 3 points from a shot from the 3-point line. Hereinafter, the free throw line will be referred to as the 2PL and the 3-point line as the 3PL. What's horse? Horse is this but way easier. Basically, you shoot from anywhere on the court, and if you make it, whatever you did that you called out in the shot, right? So you call out what you're gonna do, and if it goes in, everyone after you has to replicate it. And if you don't, you get a letter. And after 5 letters, you got horse and you're out. So like, for example, if I call out that I'm going to bounce the ball into the net, then I have to bounce the ball into the net. If I bounce it, it goes in the net. Everyone after me has to bounce it. That's how I play horse. If someone has different rules, let me know. Is that the rules I know? Really? That's how I've always played it. I'm sure it's just different wherever it is. It's exactly like parkour battles in Parkour Civilization. I thought those memes were dead. How are you gonna revive that on me? Okay, I'm still waiting for the next video in PvP Civilization. The rule I know is just last one is steal horse. Okay. Are you gonna do the 1 block jump for the what was the low one? It's 2 blocks for the beef or something? You start close to net and do 5 rounds. Each round, if you get the ball in the hoop, you get a letter and have to take a step back. Oh, that's not the horse I know. No. That is closer to this, though. And simpler, because they have 4 people, so it'd be a free-for-all. Fucking parkour battles in Parkour Civilization. This will continue for 9 sets, and the team with the most points at the end will win. This is so many rules.
というわけなんだけど、わかったかな?
All 3 of them nod. The results of a quick round of rock, paper, scissors puts the Hotori Utsumi team up first, with the Sotoro Uni team
それ
second.
じゃ、早速始めようか.
Starting the match without any fanfare doesn't feel quite right. Utsumi is the first to shoot. She decides to play it safe, 2-point line. With a meek look on her face, she heads out onto the court. We've already removed the snow around the 2-point line and the 3-point line. Within the white field over the court, we've opened up just enough space to comfortably shoot from. And inside the area we dug out around the 2-point line stands Utsumi.
Ichiban! Utsumi Kari!
Ichiban?
Ikimasu!
Yaku? With that spirited declaration, she raises her right hand high. Maybe it's because she's nervous, but it sounds like her voice is
という
cracking.
か、内海さん、ボール。
ボール
Murmuring to herself, she begins to looking restlessly back and forth near her feet. Even though the ball hasn't rolled anywhere near
こ
there.
っちだよ、こっちこっち.
Saying that, I gently toss the ball to her. After performing what looks like a flustered pantomime of a robot dance, Utsumi falls on her rear in the snow. The ball lands right next to her with a plop.
ごめんなさい
Still flustered, she gets to her feet and picks up the
あの
ball.
人ってもしかしてかなりの運動音痴
かもな。
一番内海かはり行きます
それは分かったから早く投げてよ。
はいでは行きます
Utsumi grips the ball in both hands. Then she crouches down, widens her stance, lowers the ball between her bowed legs, and gives it a great, clumsy toss. The ball flies high in the air, hits the wire mesh of the fence, and drops down on the snow.
惜しい
The The three of us are speechless. You've got to be kidding. The number on the left represents Hotori's and Utsumi's team score. The number on the right represents my and Uni's team score. I entrust our team's first shot to Uni. Picking up the ball, he makes for the 2-point line. I cheer at Uni's back.
任しといて。
He responds without turning away from the goal. And then he stands in the designated area.
風向きはと。
He mutters, scooping up some snow in his hand and tossing it. The powdery snow is carried away by the wind.
西の風2メートルってところかな。
I hope they do. I hope this is we just have like 2 hours of this whole event. That'd be special. That would get referenced in rants. A whole sports arc. I forgot they explained it. I figured I'd just see it once the number went up. I don't know. They'll reject that. A northwest wind about 2 meters, I guess? Uni draws the ball to his chest. He's using both hands, but unlike Utsumi, he isn't going to shoot from between his
それ
legs.
じゃ行くよ。せーの。ふりゃ。
The ball strikes the backboard, then rebounds into the snow. 0-0.
あれおかしいな。思ったより風の抵抗は受けないんだな。
Uni returns, shaking his
どんまい
head.
どんまい。まだ始まったばっかりなんだから気にすんな。
At that moment, Hotori suddenly speaks up.
ねえサトル、思ったんだけどさ、普通にやっててもつまらないからなんか書けない？
かけるって何を？
Hotori crosses her arms and looks at the ground. She walks around, tracing a tight circle in the snow. Eventually, she stops and looks up at me.
私ね、実はサトルに頼みたいことがあるの。私たちのチームが勝ったら、そのお願い引き受けてくれない？
お願いってなんだよ。
今は言えない。でもそんなに大したことじゃないんだ。ね、いいでしょ？
She pesters me with a childlike smile on her face. The freezing temperatures outside has colored her cheeks bright red. And as I look at that smiling face, I think to myself, like I thought, the one who killed the rat yesterday wasn't the Hotori personality. Of course, this personality couldn't have had anything to do with the Awazumi incident either. The one who did all those things has to be another personality, not Hotori. If not, then she'd never be able to smile so innocently. She doesn't seem to remember anything about the brutal killing of the rat. That's probably because the Hotori personality doesn't have a direct hand in it. That's what I think. I believe in her.
わかったよ。もしも俺たちのチームが負けたら、そのお願いとやらを聞いてやる。だけど、逆に俺たちのチームが勝ったら？
それはサトルが自分で考えてよ。
なるほど。じゃあ、そうだな。
After thinking it over for a short while, I answer.
そうだ。質問に答えてもらうことにしよう。
Oh,
great.
質問？
ああ。どうしてもお前に聞いておきたいことがあるんだよ。
なんだ、そんな簡単なことでいいんだ。
うん。
オッケー。それじゃあ、もしも私たちのチームが負けたら、何でも答えてあげる。
よし。これで商談成立だな。
あ、一応念のため言っておくけど、これはチーム対チームの戦いだからね。個人戦じゃないよ。賭けは私とサトルが勝手にやってることであって、
勝敗はチームの総得点で決まる。そういうことだよな。ま、俺はそれで構わないよ。
Can't wait for Utsumi to become a basketball god.
っていうか、むしろほとりのチームの方が圧倒的に不利だと思うが、本当にそれでいいのか？
Hotori gives a slight smile, then walks towards the net without saying anything else. I silently watch her. Hotori picks up the ball. She chooses the 3-point line. She stands at that spot, then enters a shooting stance. She raises the ball to the level of her forehead and delicately bends her right wrist. Her left hand is only used for support, a posture suggestive of an experienced sportswoman.
頑張ってホトリちゃん
Utsumi lets out a high-pitched cheer. Breathing in, Hotori snaps to a stop. Her lips meet in a straight line, and then she releases the ball, dances in the air, drawing a beautiful arch. And once it ascends to the summit of the blue sky overhead, it begins its downward slope.
入っちゃった
I hear Uni grumble, and as he does, the ball is swallowed into the hoop. Score 3-0. You didn't want to update me on who's the Zoos? I'm up next. Without a moment's hesitation, I choose the 3-point line. Uni runs over with the ball and passes it to me. The moment I take it in my hands, a sharp pain runs up my left arm. I completely forgot that I'm injured. I stand before the 3-point line, holding the ball and gently rubbing around the wound. The cleared out space is small, but I manage to dribble the ball a few times. I shift in the shooting stance. I take aim, I breathe it deeply in, then out.
サトル大丈夫だよ僕がついてるからきっと入るよ自分を信じて緊張しないでリラックスリラックス肩の力を抜いて風向きはね北西から南
Okay,
東に
Uni.
向かって
Okay, Uni. That's enough.
ユニ黙っててくれ
Once again, I concentrate. Confirming the position of both my feet, I take a firm step onto the court. I hold the ball overhead and support it with my left hand. My fingertips tremble a little from the pain. Somehow, enduring it, I narrow my aim. Holding my breath, I concentrate solely on my left arm and I release the ball. With the spin I put on it, it bounces off the blackboard just as planned. The shot sinks as though drawn in by the net, sending it swaying.
うわー入った入った勇気堂先輩
すごいわねゆきどくん
Hotori alone stares at me without saying anything, without chewing on her thumbnail. Score 3-3. After that, the game continues unhurriedly, and we alternate between offense and defense, gaining and falling behind. The second set, Utsumi Uni 0-0, Hotori me 2-0, 5-3. Third set, Utsumi 0, Uni 2, Hotori 2, me 3, 7-8. The fourth set, Utsumi 0, Uni 0, Hotori 3, me 0. Score 10-8. The fifth set, Utsumi 0, Uni 2, Hotori 0, me 2. Score 10-12. The sixth set, Utsumi 0, Uni 0, Hotori 3, me 2. Not quite 2 hours of it. Thank God. Gaslighting lady is me. I think I'm closer to Uni. The seventh set, Utsumi 0, Uni 2, Hotori 3, me 2. Just like that, we enter the 8th round with a 2-point lead. Utsumi's wild throws earn her the usual score of 0 points. But now I feel sorry for the wire mesh of the fence. Uni has gotten the ball in 3 times so far, but regrettably, his shot had glanced off the rim in the 8th round and earned him 0 points as well. Seeing that, a determined Hotori chooses the 3-point line.
これで19対18ね
With those words, she picks up the ball and tosses in my direction. Our lead is snatched away at once, and our team is now down a point. Grabbing the ball, So it's 19-18. All right. If I do... Don't mess it up. Yeah, right. If I do the 2-point line, I am counting on Uni to also make... If it's the 2-point line, Hotori then has to do the 3-point line. If she makes it, then to tie, either one of us needs to hit the 2-pointer, or one of us needs to hit the 3-pointer, or both of us need to make it. Then to win. If I do the 3, one of us just has to make a 2-pointer. I'm gonna trust in Uni. Go with the safe choice of the 2-point line. I stand at the line and steady my breath. I can't wait for the 3-point line and the 2-point line decision to result in someone's death. Taking aim, I let the shot go. The ball is swallowed into the net. Unthinkingly, I clenched my fist victoriously. I turned to Hotori, wanting her to see it. Hotori snorts and looks away. 1920. That brings us to the final set. Utsumi is up.
今度こそ
If she scores, we're in trouble.
ガンバカーリーガンバ
Encouraging herself, she moves to the 2-point line. Staying in place, she once again spreads out her legs as though preparing to lay an egg.
33番内海カーリー行きます
けなげだな内海さんは
I unconsciously remark as I watched her attentively. While not expecting her to make it in this time, suddenly... Oh, an incredibly skilled shot sends the ball flying through the hoop.
入っちゃった
He tricked us. After a moment of silence, Utsumi begins jumping for joy.
やったバスやったバス
It's me.
ねえねえ見た今の見たすごくない私天才なのかしら怖いわ怖いこの溢れるような自分の才能が怖い天は二物を与えるのね
Watching her jump and cheer, I can't help but think. He kind of resembles her husband. 2120.
ねえどうしようサトル
Uni runs over to me, looking
どっちを
upset.
選べばいいのかな2点の方それとも3点の方
Stick to the plan. Go for 2. After carefully thinking it over, I give him my instructions. Play it safe.
ここは無難に2点の方でいこうその代わり何が何でも絶対に決めてくれ
本当にそれでいいの ?2 点じゃもし入っても22点だから多分すぐほとりに逆転されちゃうよ
大丈夫だこっちのスコアが22点になれば
It's
あいつは必
riskier.
ず3ポイントを狙ってくるはず
She wasn't perfect.
そうしなければ俺が2点を取って彼女のチームは負けてしまうからな
This is what I was thinking. Yep. It works
一人に
out.
できるだけプレッシャーを与えるためにもここは2ポイントの方で言ってくれ
わかった
Uni nods obediently and heads to the 2-point line. He stands on the spot and sets up his shot.
ユニ落ち着いて投げるんだぞ俺がついてるからな自分を信じろお前はやればできる子なんだから
He's gonna tell us to be
緊
quiet.
張すんなよリラックスして肩の力を抜いて投げるんだいいな風向きとかいちいち気にすんなよその距離ならきっと
サトル
ん
黙ってて
Uni takes a girlish throwing stance. I'm worried about how he's a little pigeon-toed, but his face is the picture of seriousness. It's a look with determination in it, as if it's saying, even I can do it if I try. I can, just you watch. It's a childlike but incredibly tense expression, like a puppy bravely challenging a ferocious dog. He seems to radiate an innocent sweetness. I watch him closely in silence, like a father watching over the growth of his child. I'm counting on you, Uni. I whisper inside my mind. Perhaps he can hear that wish, because Uni turns back to me just once and nods before releasing a brilliant shot. As if it were dancing, the ball floats through the air, then falls towards the basket. I clench my fists as I silently pray. The ball hits the rim, jumps upwards, draws a narrow end in the air, and jumps into the net. Uni jumps up and down, doing a victory pose. I run over to Uni and hug him. Like we'd won the championship in a tournament at Koshien Stadium.
うおー偉いぞユニ
すごいっしょ
すげえマジすげえぞ
じゃあいい子いい子して
I'm sure you can just Google it. That's a famous stadium in Japan for baseball. Oh, okay. Thank you, Twink.
は
Huh?
いい子って頭なでなでして
Yo, he just like me for real, for real?
してよ
よしいい子なでなで
ユニタンええ子や
You're a good You're a good lad there, Unitown.
ユニタンユニタン、ええ子やええ子や。
嬉しい。お取り込み中のところ申し訳ないんですけど。
あ？
まだ試合終わったわけじゃないんだよね。21対22。確かに私たちの方が1点負けてるけど、でもここで私がスリーポイントを決めればあっという間に逆転ってことになる。喜ぶのはまだ早いんじゃない？さあ、分かったらさっさとどいて。邪魔だから。
Both three pushes between us and walks to the 3-point line.
集中だよ。
Uni and I go back to the fence, listening to Utsumi's cheers. I leaned against the wire mesh and trained my eyes on Hotori's motions. After dribbling the ball in the court, she gets into her shooting stance. She doesn't look the slightest bit tense. There's even a faint smile on her lips.
サトル、分かってるよね。
Referring to our bet, she calls out to me as she focuses her sights on the
そっ
net.
ちこそな。
I answer without much courtesy.
悪いけどこれ入っちゃうから。
どうかな。
私がミスると思う？
いいから早く投げろよ。
Hotori bends her knees slightly. She curls her back like a cat, composes herself, and kicks off from the court in a flash. Carrying that momentum, the basketball takes flight. It soars higher and higher into the air, then begins its descent when suddenly there's a gust of wind. The brown orb wobbles in the air, an invisible force is pushing it. But Hotori had accounted for that! The end of the ball's trajectory, the orange hoop gapes like an open mouth, ready to swallow it. A magnificent bank shot. The ball, which bounces off the backboard, glides through the hoop.
ああ、やっぱり入っちゃったか。ちょっとは手加減してあげようと思ったんだけどな。実力って隠せないもんだね。
Shia LaBeouf energy. The echoes of her boasting are dispersed by the
た
wind.
く嫌味なやつだ。
でも平気だよ、サトル。サトルが決めてくれれば僕らの勝ちなんだから。頼んだよ、サトル。
おう、任しとけい。
24-22, a 2-point difference. Of course, I don't hesitate for a moment over whether to go for the 2-point line and accept the draw. My goal is victory. I'd have gone for the 2-point line. I take the ball in hand and head to the 3-point line. There's no way I'll let myself miss. With renewed determination, I get into position.
楽勝だよ、楽勝。
I heighten my concentration as I assume my shooting stance. My left arm throbs in pain. The trembling is transmitted to the ball, making it harder to aim. I readjust my stance and relax my shoulders. Can't wait for a QTE. Breathing out, I raise the ball for the final time. I wait for the wind to die down. My left hand is barely touching the ball. My right arm alone will decide our victory. It'll go in. It'll go in for sure. I hold the image of the ball being swallowed in my mind. A comfortable tension surrounds me. I bend my knees ever so slightly. I hold my breath. The wind has stopped. I can't hear a thing. Silence. But at that moment,
左腕痛い？
just as her voice reaches me, I release the ball into the air. The brown orb keeps rising, as if tracing an established line, drawing a gradual curve, flying, soaring straight toward the net. As if guided there, as if something is pulling it in. By the tiniest deviation, right now it's headed toward the center of the hoop,
入れ。
but doesn't go in.
マジかよ。
Without touching the hoop, net, or the backboard, the ball slowly falls, like a propeller plane shot down with a target right in front of it. The ball drops straight down to land directly below the basket, throwing up a spray of white snow as it
やっ
does.
ちまった。
Wait, how? Without touching the hoop, net, or the backboard, the ball falls? Straight down? A discouraged mother escapes me involuntarily.
ああ、負けちゃった。
Uni squats down and pokes dejectedly at the surface of the snow. I walk over to him and apologize.
いいよ、別に。サトルのせいじゃないもん。僕がもうちょっと上手ければ。
ユニ、お前っていいやつだな。
We lost, but it feels like the bond between me and Uni is deepened all the more. Wearing the same frowns, we laugh bitterly together. Uni sticks out his palm. I grip it firmly and pull him up. Uni springs energetically to his feet, almost hopping. God damn invisible walls. 24-22. With a 2-point difference, Uni and I suffer defeat. This would have been something I would have really enjoyed in like chapter 1. I feel like I'm ready for new information, and I feel like the last, like, this is the highlight of day 3. Okay, I'm glad. I feel like I've just been rehashing all information I've had. We get our own version of the horny scene where we can't pee. Now it's Hotori tricking us into cleaning your bathtub, and then all stuff we already knew and letters we already knew. I guess the whole possibility of the weird order for Uni is something, but would I like to know a funny thing about basketball? Sure, I'd like to know a funny thing about basketball. You can win it. It's RNG. Your choices give you different odds. I won. Congrats. After the match, Hotori comes up to me.
というわけなので、後でお願い聞いてもらうからね。
I won with the same choices. Lovely.
ま、しょうがないな。約束は約束だし。
じゃあよろしく。
Saying no more, Hotori leaves the basketball court. Fighting back a yawn, she heads back to the main building with her hands nonchalantly clasped behind her head. She doesn't look all that pleased. I was expecting a taunt or a sneer, so that reaction only bothers me a little. As I watch her go, I remove my watch from my pocket. Present time, 12:32. The sun has just begun to sink into the west. The letters or something? The letters? Am I going crazy? I'm there. I was still on basketball. I'm like, what letters, basketball, what? Yeah, I think if I think moving forward, I might start clicking through the long letters. I'll skim them, but I don't think I'm gonna sit there and read them like I was. I've been just doing it faster. I would not complain. All right, then yeah, that's how it's gonna go. Uni and I go back down to the storeroom to put away the basketball.
これで OK と。
それにしても疲れたね。お腹ペコペコだよ。
Uni clenches at his stomach as he heads back upstairs. I follow after him. However, right at that moment, something glitters in the corner of the room. I stop and turn my eyes toward the light.
どうしたの、サトル？
いや、なんでもない。先に行っててくれ。
Uni seems a little hesitant, but...
わかった。
And with that, he disappears up the stairs. After I watch him go, I return my focus to the corner of the storeroom. Something is there behind a pile of cardboard boxes. I move to the boxes and kneel down to the floor. We're gonna find a knife.
チーズ。
be squeakquel. Well, at least we have our stream title tomorrow. I love how you have so many cheese. Thank you, Dark Cloud. Very cool. I can't really even give my thoughts on the game because I feel like with these types of games, I don't feel like it's appropriate to really give anything definitive until after I know like any sort of big twist. Your thoughts how I see they change later? Yeah, I guess I could. I wish there wasn't so much rehashing the same information. I appreciate a good rehash because I forget things, right? Like, I'm not gonna complain that. I also feel like there's a good chance that there's like something going on with days 1 and 2 that's important for me to replay for reasons that I'm not going to get into because I don't want to like talk about other Uchikoshi games I've played. I'll be very, very, very vague and I won't even refer to what I'm talking about. But I think there's only, no, at the end of the day, there's not like, if there's redundant information, it'll let you skip it, right? And I mean, I guess the letters are that, but so I feel like there's probably some important stuff going on there that I'm not going to complain too much about. And I won't know until I beat the game, probably, if I'm gonna like actually be upset at day 1 and 2. I just feel like we're going in a lot of circles, and I enjoy going in circles. You know, like I like trying to like chasing our tail as we're given like new info, trying to figure out where the fuck is going on. But I feel like I'm just not getting any new info. I feel like for every, I mean, loops, it's an infinity loop. Yeah, you might even say that. I feel like I'm getting like every other real life stream, I'm getting like one new piece of info, and it's like, I need more than that. But it could be, and it's probably, I'm not recognizing it until after they do a big reveal on day like 6 or 7 of Satoru's route. So I don't want to, I'm not gonna cast like full judgment until after I beat the game and I decide like, oh shit, yeah, that's kind of that ties in. Yep, I see it now. I get it. It's all coming together. Like, like I understand now. Clearly, we need more piss tangents. Thank you, Mike. So, like, I'm not judging by a single twist. I'm judging it by the lead up to the climax and the ending. I judge him how I fucking want to. So now we're definitely not getting a score. I'm definitely not giving a score right now. Let's close this. Just thoughts? What are my thoughts? Thank you, everyone. A couple links real quick. If you're new here, how'd you find me in this category? Discord right there. YouTube for both VODs and edited content. And finally, I'm in a band. Check us out. anything else? Some new a few streams ago. That's the guy who created the Gestalt thing. Got misinterpreted? Judging an entire game by a single twist. Let's just say it should be fun beforehand, even if the game's a masterstroke. I'm not saying it's not fun now. I'm saying that I feel like my opinions on the game are going to be very determinant on whether or not the twist is good. See oddball. Not really a lot of room to misinterpret there. In generalities. Okay, fair enough. Valid. I see the point being made. I see the point being made. Who am I rating? I think that's one of the things with games like this that can be kind of tough is you got to keep interest up until the twist. You know what I mean? How do you do that? Basketball game? Oh, that's fair. No, that's fair. I see. For me, I really like to see what the twist was, because sometimes the twist can make me think about things that happened before it completely differently, and sometimes I don't care about the twist. We're gonna rate Thomas. He's currently playing Near Replicant. Sorry, Twink. Thank you all for being here. Hope you have fun. I know I did. Please remember to stay safe, stay healthy. Have a lovely rest of your night, day, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it may be. GG's. And I will see you guys again tomorrow. We'll continue. We'll see if we can't get some of the critical information. Peace out. Bye for now.